Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は65日目です。It's day 65. Due to our really elongated discussion yesterday about various things like politics, and some hypotheticals. We kind of shifted the rotation of our current set past 9 p.m. because I think this is either the 18-hour or the 24-hour distance. So today is going to be an abbreviated day. We are not waiting until 9 p.m. Got a lot to do. Today is also a new project. New project starts today. I am officially doing my first quote-unquote productive day of being 38, right? Technically yesterday was, but yeah, that's a great way to start another fresh year of life, right? All right, so let's quickly go over this stuff. What did I do here? Ne? Arriving ahead? What the heck did I do? Oh, Saki. Yeah, Saki. Oops. Saki Mawari. Saki Mawari. Mieru was to... Right. This was the interpretation and dialect. Not the other way around. Okay. Not too bad. I think we've been fairly consistent in the WaniKani front. Okay, let's hop in. It's one of those days, like, if you blink, you're going to miss it, right? Let's get into our review. I think most of the review are not from the current set because it should be greater. Should round out about 9 o'clock. Gintama. Of course it would be this word. Yeah.
北西 大学生
Oh, no. There's some vocabulary words. From the current. Katsuyoke. Hirongaru. Okay.
400
Yeah, there are some from the new set. because we kind of finished 50 of them, so there are some mixed in before our digression yesterday.
Ane.
Ane. Oops.
So.
So.
Aozora.
Aozora.
Kangaekata.
Kangaekata. Human habitation.
Hitozato.
Hitozato.
Uchi pocket.
Uchi pocket.
Nihaku.
200.
Toridasu.
Toridasu. Oh boy. Okay. Let's go through them. This is to be born. Alright. What was... Okay, so go over these. Saki. Saki is tip, ahead, first, and future, right? Saki. We also have Sensen. Sensengetsu. Sensengetsu is a month before the last one, right? There's also Mazu. Oh no. I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I'm thinking of life. I mean, I'm thinking of first. No. We're thinking about life. Life is the trouble one. These two are the trouble ones. The life and then is this one the... So yeah, Iki. We have Iu, Nama. Iu, Nama. This might be to give birth. Got it. So troublesome. No, yeah, because to be born is umareru. Umareru, be born. This is to give birth. Is it? What are my other choices? To live and to grow. Not to grow. And what was birthplace? Oh, Ueru sounds awful. So wait. No, Ueru sounds fine. What was birthplace? Umare, Umari, Umareri. What I wouldn't give to sort this out. Namabiru, umareru. To live is ikiru. And then this has to be give birth. I don't know. This is to grow. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Umare is birthplace. I should have. Oh, to give birth is Umu. I think one of the downsides of this character is that they're scattered. They're really scattered. Whatever. They'll all collect in together at some point. It's fine. It does trigger me quite a bit though. I think the mnemonics for clustered figures, except for especially life, is not well contrived. Especially how scattered they are. They're not associated with each other very well. And also, one of the weakest parts about WaniKani, which is not their focus, but doing due diligence with associating kana. Like, I disagree with most people in this case when it comes to their inherent bias to saying that hiragana is not important. But having mnemonics that bridge hiragana for like predicates, especially predicates, is very important. Saying something that's transitive and intransitive without drawing attention to like and pairing and whatnot sufficiently is what's causing this problem. It's a specific case for me though, and probably a very common thing with the character Life. Life is egregiously nebulous over time, courtesy of natural languages. Let's see.
妹
This one is special, right? Sure. This is honest, right? Honest. How does honest work? I think it's shojiki, right? Shogun and chiki.
正直
Shojiki. I was trying to figure out if it was shortened or not. Akjin. White Haku. Hakujin. Why would I choose Jean here? I don't think there's any reason other than you're used to having the ending right.
白人
Hakujin. Is there a Rendaku on here? Hayakuchi. No.
早口
Hayakuchi. Oh, there are table salt. What level I am on? I'm on 7. Every 10 days. So to grow. Haeru.
生える
Yuchi.
Mimi uchi
We used to hit something thing. uh.
,500
500.
宝
Tada.
先回り
Himawari. That's a coincidence.
先々月
Sensengetsu.
ナポレオン三世
Napoleon Sansei. You got to level 7 fast? You're still on level 5? Keep it up. Keep up the good work. It's a consistent... I run on a 24-hour schedule. So it's between 10 days and 11 days every level. I don't imagine that changing because the SRS doesn't change. So the SRS is fixed at division by 4. So due to how my projects and schedules work, it's every 10 days, roughly, and between 10 and 11 days. Provided that I don't have any days miss any days, but I will be away every once in a while, or I will be away for 4 days in this year so far. So one of the levels are going to be like 14 days long. Possibly, depending on what I do. So you don't you can predict pretty much what level I'll be on. So that's the pace we're going. Yeah. I think the easiest or like the most convenient way is to use a site called WK Stats, WaniKani Stats. It'll give you a calculation. You can kind of see if you maintain a strict schedule like I do most of the time. I'm like plus or minus 1 or 2 hours. And even with like all the talking and discussion, you can probably chart out what your schedule is like.
Hane.
And yeah, it has some very useful ways to visualize your this. You will have to fetch an API key from your settings in WaniKani. But this has a great way to visualize things, so you can figure out what your coverage is in JLPT, for example, or maybe in the order of a person who goes through primary school, elementary school, like Joyo levels and whatnot. And it'll keep track and project as well when you level up, or if you were to keep the pace, right? Earliest possible level up, I suppose. Alright, we're getting into our troublesome stuff. Eikatsu sounds a little weird. Seikatsu? Seikatsu or Shokatsu. I think it's Seikatsu. Most of the stuff is sei. We have one show so far. Yeah.
生活
社会
Okay. Are you liking it? If you're still here. How's your experience so far?
直す
Naosu.
人形
Ningyo.
Chūgoku
Chungoku.
Kakki
Kaki. Wait. think this is just friends, right? What was expert? Wait, we could... Eugene. Trying to figure out what was expert. Eugene is head of household. I think this is just friend. It's youth was the... Oh, wait. So what are our radicals? Folding stool. And... I think expert was Mei, right? Meiji. I'm guessing this is still friend. Can't think of anything else. Okay. Not quite the word I use more often. Wait. No, yeah.
Eugene.
Usually.
Chi.
She.
Hyaku.
Yaku. Seigatsu? Or is it Shogatsu? Shogatsu sounds better. Right.
正月
Gatsu. Oops.
Un. 言い方。
言い方. Oh, there, Valentine.
Katachi.
Adachi. I've been doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you lately? Our routine has largely stayed the same until today. We are switching it up a little today. We finished playing Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii for the time being. Oh, Rendaku. Missed the Rendaku. That's fine.
Ashikubi.
Could be.
かき氷
Mori. Okay. Alright, let's do the 2 before 8, right?
体内
Hi, night. Super busy? I can insanely busy. Jeez. Are you insanely busy now?
外国
That sounds fantastic. Being insanely busy. Hopefully manageably insanely busy. Gaikoku. Alright. So let's review this. Right. Alright. Harmonics. Wing box. Wing box lack stamp. Husband, clan, boat, fish, yellow, black, circumference, table, temple, gate, gate, self, teacher, top hat, bird, and elephant. Okay. Yuka. Yuka. You. That's it. And. Tsu. I. Itsu. Mi. Matsu. O. Natsu. Jaku. Tsu. O. Yo. I. Yuki. E. Alright. Okay. Right. So goal. Goal. What was our slip up? No. To grow. This was from yesterday. Mieru, to be visible. In dialect. You're hitting the brakes for a bit, you felt the burnout incoming? Oh, that's great that you see it coming. Not completely stopping, but instead of full throttle, it'll be more than half for a while. Restraint, discipline, I like it. You're searching for more ways to expand your grammar studies as well. I don't know if you're using Bunpo wrong or what, but It just doesn't feel effective. Interesting. I think you are one of the first to speak of some reservations about Boon Pro. You're hitting a wall as you move into the N4 stuff. I see, I see. As far as I know, in terms of the N4 stuff, I think I only have like 2/3 of it. But most of that was just implicitly learning from Duolingo. Out of curiosity. It's the end of our WaniKani session today. I do have a second cupcake today. My yesterday was a rainbow and a cloud, like in the clouds and stuff. But my parents bought 4 cupcakes. I don't know what the 4th one looks like, but we have 2 of the 4. Here's the other cupcake. I don't know what type of flower this is supposed to be, but it kind of reminds me of a Palmaria, only it's not white tipped. It doesn't fade into white. But yeah, we have a second cupcake. Yesterday is the was the 38th year of life, so we ate something that was like, it had like a sour strip on top for the rainbow curled around with some clouds and blue sky. And today, as planned, we are starting Duolingo Spanish. Everything is still on schedule. All right, so that lovely note aside, that's the end of WaniKani today. If you blink, these half days tend to happen, right? So that's the end of our Japanese session today. You shouldn't say I don't know if I'm using it wrong. I know for sure I am. I can't focus as it requires. It's tough to sit down and really hammer in a single grammar point over and over again. Yeah. Finding alternative motivations to using that grammar is probably something. Yes, vamos. I find that for grammar points, I like making funny sentences with the grammar points or bending over backwards for it. The SRS doesn't work as well for me with grammar as it does with kanji, that's for sure. I would probably, if I had to predict, the whole like sentence mining and whatnot, and then using that as an example of a grammar thing, like the reverse engineering, I like seeing the sentence and then seeing how regularly the grammar flows. So whenever I go to say something, I use my native language to spark grammar points that I want to look up. So like for example, that would be a grammar point I would look up. Transitional things. As far as I remember, I need to look up the grammar point for that. As far as I remember. I know the words as far as I remember, but I need the grammar structure for how to do that in a sentence, right? So those are my things. And then if I needed a specific grammar, this is anecdotal, obviously. If you want the grammar point, like if you're learning based on prescriptions, so like like N4, then you kind of have to reverse engineer it. So now it's like, well, I learned some new vocabulary words today. Can I smash it into this new grammar structure? How many ways can I smash my vocabulary into the grammar structure? As opposed to using whatever they provide. So I imagine you conservatively have enough Japanese words in which you want to say certain things, and find very creative ways to contextually make useful sentences with that grammar point. Yeah, that's where the Duolingo thing came in. But yeah, but that's off Duolingo's way of teaching, quote unquote, teaching grammar. So I haven't participated in other things other than, oh yeah, that's definitely how you say that. Like reading context sentences, like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You still make really silly mistakes. I use the word silly. Don't worry. I know you wrote that, but you still make silly mistakes conjugating stuff. You feel like I should be not making these mistakes anymore. It's kind of hard to explain. I understand that. I mean, I'll give you an example today. This thing crops up inconsistently. Like this, I know it's not specifically grammar, but this is the closest thing I have on hand. Like this character, the life character, I pause. And when you think about it in a way, if you're doing something and you're consistently doing it, and then suddenly a very particular thing comes up, and it does feel kind of bad, but we have to keep reminding ourselves how many times when you're not making a mistake, right? And I understand. This is actually one of my criticisms about SRS, so bear with me. I'm not sure how much SRS takes up your time, but generally speaking, it does not normalize behavioral responses and strategies and coping strategies, or like creative thinking when you encounter human error, right? I think the mistakes you are making right now, the ones that you are referring to, that's kind of hard to explain, is things that are human error prone. And human error is often brushed off as something that you don't need to experience or address or get creative about, right? Those are the types of mistakes I'm thinking you're trying to share with me, not the mistakes in which you're like, oh, I just don't know that. Oh, that's new to me. Oh, I'm getting this confused. The mistakes we're probably talking about here is you have like a 98% consistency rate on this thing, but those 1 or 2% suddenly when it happens, you're like, I shouldn't be making those mistakes. But there are many evidence in this in which you do something so consistently that at some point you will make that mistake, even though you shouldn't be, right? And I think one of the drawbacks, I'm going to call this a drawback, but it's not really, it's for like awareness. SRS makes it so that these types of inconsistencies are like very unrewarding. So the more often you spend using a rigid device like Duolingo, WaniKani, Pro, all the apps in general, when you make that conjugation mistake in speaking to me, for example, like if we were ever talking and then you made a conjugation mistake, we autocorrect that a lot of times. Heck, when you're typing and you make a conjugation mistake, like for example, if you type Japanese thing, I would fill in the blank, right? So the idea is if you are consistent enough expressing an idea in a sentence to another person or like a discussion, most of it fills out itself because there is one element that SRS does not account for that makes it abnormal to do. And that's when you see that one error and you have forgotten that you're like 99% on top of this thing. So maybe that's kind of the hard to explain part. I think SRS really heightens that feeling, and then you start associating words like stupid and shouldn't and whatnot. I would actually argue not that it's a great feeling or it ever changes that, but actually, the more you do it, the more likely you're going to experience that hard to explain mistake, or one would call a lapse of judgment, right? And that's what you can do about that is smile about it, because you probably know what it is. You clearly recognize it's a mistake because you know what the correct thing is, right? So there's a difference between knowing you made a mistake versus you made a mistake not knowing it's a mistake. And probably that's the closest thing, I'm guessing. Obviously, I could be way off the mark, but I think SRS, self-studying tools, are very ignorant of that, and they don't do anything to provide you feedback other than explicit instruction, right? Hey, you got this wrong. Here's the right answer. It stays static. It's the same thing that you saw the first time. It's not going to explain why you made the mistake again, or how you made the mistake, or in what nature can you address this or cope with it, perhaps. But I think sometimes these types of tools dehumanizes, right? It's lacking human touch. Most of these things are technically not, you're not talking to someone, you're not interacting with a teacher or something, right? So these we have to keep in mind and be aware that it's very hard to explain, and it does feel really negative because you're working with a tool that has no feedback when it comes to addressing. Spanish Day? Yes. We're doing it last. I have to do a Spanish introduction for Duolingo Spanish today. I'll try to keep it brief. I think I've gotten a little bit better at explaining each project since we've done this, Duolingo Japanese, Duolingo Chinese, WaniKani, HanziHero. We're moving on to HanziHero now. So I think I'm pretty good today because it's a short one. So we're gonna move straight into HanziHero now. Did I finish Duolingo Chinese and Japanese? No, I did not. We were taking a month to dedicate to Pirate Yakuza. So last month we completed our annual Like a Dragon game. We played through Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth in Chinese, the main story, and then all to set up Pirate Yakuza, and we finished our English playthrough of that game. So now we're gonna introduce Duolingo Spanish, and then Duolingo Japanese will continue. Duolingo Chinese is complete for the time being, provided they don't update the course. If they update the course, we'll continue Duolingo Chinese. Yeah, it doesn't tell you, hey, you're mixing up this with that, right? And making mistakes isn't necessarily a bad thing. Learning language is hard and very, very rewarding. Agreed, Valentine. And here's another thing, though. Like, you are responsible for all these things, right? You are responsible for all these things because of self-study tools. No one's telling you to say, breathe. You've made a mistake, but you know the answer, right? And when you're thinking all your thoughts, you could only you can tell yourself, like, oh, if I make this mistake next time, do I have enough context in which, like, even if this mistake, is it sufficient for communication? Because largely when you're talking and you're writing and stuff, it's the difference between saying, when you write a story on paper, you make no grammatical errors and no typos from beginning to end because you know your language really well. I don't think there's a single human author in this world who says, I write something out, I say something, and there are no human idiosyncrasies that causes like a lapse of judgment or deviation or not. In fact, that's easily one of the most identifiable parts when compared to AI generated LLM products. So if you're reading reviews and stuff, you can see these things, and that's kind of what I'm highlighting here. I think those are the hardest to explain, largely because you can't explain it. It's very difficult to explain something like that, Bunny. like Valentine. And I think that's probably what you're feeling. And being constantly around SRS and tools, it's up to you, right? Become creative with that. I actually use most of my mistakes as a leverage of categorizing it and setting it aside. So whenever I catch that, it's like, oh yeah, well, these things happen. I know the right answer. Let's move along, right? Like for example, this one right here, this last one, just as a, so then we transition. I typed literally really fast, way of saying, and right when I hit enter, I'm like, that's dialect. I think that was from yesterday. So it's gonna happen, and don't make it like I'm trying to be encouraging. It's not a stupid mistake. It's being human, and sometimes that's kind of beautiful. Yeah, today is Spanish or Vanish. All right. Okay. So we're really switching now. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. For those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan, mata ne. Right? Until tomorrow. And I'm gonna switch quickly here. Give me a sec. All right. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第58天 right? It is day 58 of HanziHero. HanziHero is business as usual. Let's hop in, and we can continue our discussion right from WaniKani stuff. So yesterday on my day, we have 6 mistakes, and I think half of them were kind of pep. So this one, reading jerk error. So le, right, le, and also we did a expansion of did for the meaning. This was bear. I think our correction, we're going to use nung. Yeah, nung as our leap to bear again. This was a definition interpretation thing. I used around, but approximate is good. It's what they're looking for, so we've added that. Approximately. And then this was a typo. I hit 0 instead of hyphen. So that's self-explanatory. This one, we're being pedantic, right? So Chinese department. And here, dong. This was a jerk reflex. Here. Oh yeah, that's right. How are you a Monster Hunter WoW kind of thing? How's that going? If you're when you say hunt monsters, I'm guessing you're hitting the Monster Hunter WoW right now. All right, lesson time.
地点
地点. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna use this. Ground spot, that makes sense. 地点. Place, location, site. We're gonna add area. Okay. It still has spot, right? No. Spot. 地点.开会地点. Oh, 开会, yeah.
开会地点
Meeting, literally meeting place. Okay. Ooh, I don't know what designated is. 在 something ding. Something ding 地点.
在指定地点。
Oh, oh, yeah. 在指定地点。This is 指 okay. 地点
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 高贵
高贵 Oh, okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Tall, not those, they reduced it to tall, expensive, but 高 贵 is also formality, tradition, high class, like of higher hierarchy. So 高 high, this character high, like status, is noble is a high status, or tall status, which still ends up being noble. Are tall and nearly all come from expensive backgrounds. That's fair enough. 高贵的 taste 味道 That's not 味
高贵的品味。
品味 Oh, that type of taste. 品味 Okay. It still has 味 in it, but interesting. 品味 I have not used this character yet. 品味出生高贵出生高贵
出身高贵。
哦对
高贵错过
错过interesting. I guess you're using the base mistake, right? To pass a mistake is to miss something. Yeah, something is to make a mistake and let it pass by. Yeah, pass a mistake. Oh, speaking of that, that's kind of funny. We were just talking about that. Me and Valentine was kind of discussing about mistakes. 错过 literally to pass a mistake. I think this is fine. Mistaken. Maybe okay. 错过我错过了最后一班公车
我错过了最后一班公车。
我错过了最后一班公车不要错过这个机会wait there's 机会难得的机会
不要错过这个难得的机会。
难得的机会 OK 我错过了他们的结婚 No, that's marriage. Wedding is when something.
我错过了他们的婚礼。
婚礼 Oh, 婚礼错过了他们的婚礼 Okay.
错过不错
不错 Yes, not bad. No mistakes. Yeah. Maybe we should put some bad here. Correct. Sure. Not wrong. Good. Yeah. Pretty good. All right. So they defaulted to the feeling. Okay. All right. 这个注意不错。
这个主意不错。
主意 Oh, 主意 Whoops, wrong tone. I thought it might have been two. 这个主意不错。这个电影不错。Oh, hey, it's my daily Twitch bot reminding me that I am live on Twitch. Thank you, daily Twitch bot.
不错。
Not bad, not bad.
关机。
关机 It's still to shut down? Alright, fair enough. Shut off a machine to shut down. To turn off. Oh yeah, we have multiple turn offs, huh? Not that type of turn off, but the literal turning off of stuff. 关机 Okay. 在你 is that T? 在你提开在你离开前请关机。Before you leave, please shut down the. Oh yeah.
在你离开前请关机。
Oh, heckin' Lee, not T. Lee. Yeah, 离开 to leave, 离开 Dang it. That is fun to see that they added the turkey. They added a turkey to the rest. Oh, was the left one? I'm not sure if the left one is entire radical. Yeah, I see an elbow, hood, second doll, like a lid with, oh man, I don't think we have that one yet. 在你离开前请关机。我的电脑 already. Oh no. 我的电脑 I don't remember. 关机了 I don't remember.
我的电脑已经关机了。
已经 Oh, that is 已经 Still getting used to looking at traditional characters. 已经 Yeah, 经 Man, 经 Oof. 已经 Okay.
关机。
Shut down. Okay. 地点
地点。
关机
关机。
我错过
错过。
不错。
不错。
哦，对。
高贵。
All right, next set of lessons. 电话 Yeah, 电话 Electricity to help you talk across long distances. Telephone or a telephone call. Yeah, phone call. 电话在 ring. I see Zheng. No, Sheng. Maybe Sheng.
电话在响。
Xiang. Okay. I just took the bottom one. I don't know what the top one would typically sound like. Xiang. Okay. 打电话 not 打电话电话
电话。有时候。
Yeah, sometimes. Interesting. 有时候 sometimes. I'm not sure about this one. Sometimes. Maybe it's a little bit more flexible than that. 有时候. Anyway, I'll keep this in mind and think about adding another interpretation. There's an implicit like have as well, like available time, right? Sometimes available time, or period of time. Period of time. Sometimes we must wait for a period of time. Oh yeah, it's even in the mnemonic. In order to finally possess what we want, like when at the checkout counter. Oh, hey, there. Oh, 有时候. Interesting. 有时候 versus 有时候.
有时候
Yeah, 有时候.
有时候
有时候. Yeah. I guess I flex between the two, depending on how I feel. Yeah, this is, yeah, 有时候, 有时候, 有时候他会 late, 迟到. That's probably 迟到.
有时候他会迟到。
Yeah, 他会迟到。他有时候走路去工作。
他有时候走路去工作。
有时候打电话。
To make a call. Yeah, strike electricity powered phone, then talk to make a call. Yeah, I gotcha. 我给你我给我弟弟打电话。请不要再 What is this? no 是室内打电话。
请不要在室内打电话。
室内 Yeah, 室内打电话。We didn't get sure yet, but fine. Duolingo. 你喜欢打电话吗？ That's a funny question. Oops. Hang on.
打电话。手机。
打电话。Right? 打电话。different tones. Same, but different. I think 打电话 is one of those few that are intelligible between Fujianese and Mandarin. 打电话. But the tone is different. Actually, I don't think 电话 电话 I think 电话 is using one tone that doesn't exist in Mandarin. 电话 打 打电话. Yeah. There's one tone in there that doesn't exist in Mandarin, or they don't use it. I think they can say it though. Like 手机 cell phone, hand machine, and not just any hand machine, the calling machine. 我的手机在哪里？ Smartphone. What the? Oh, is it like Suma or Suma to like it's supposed to sound like smartphone?
智慧型手
Oh
机，
no, it's not. Just kidding. I don't know any of those characters. 智慧型手机. Oh my gosh. 智慧 and 型. Maybe 型 I've seen somewhere. I'm talking about the traditional characters, obviously. I don't. That's kind of funny. I have no context either.
手机，差点，
差点. Oh, almost. Yeah, 差点. Just a little bit off by a smidgen or a spot, as they call it. I think I added some synonyms to this, right? Area, building, degree. Yes, degree is how I would use this character, but they didn't add this. Like degree, and then there's time and location and establishment stuff. Not that type of establishment, but a place. So just a smidgen, differ by just a bit, which is, yeah, only by a small spot. The line between success and failure differ only by a small spot. Yeah, almost, nearly, barely. 差点. 我差点没提. I don't know what that is. Maybe 大象公车.
我差点没赶上公车。
赶上. Interesting. 赶上公车. Don't have this yet. Okay. 他差点哭出来.
他差点哭出来。
Trying to cry. Okay.
差点，
All right. Wow.
电话，
They have phone? No, they don't have phone. We should add phone in case it gets marked incorrect. We're being lazy. 有时候.
有时候，
有时候. Like my half tone was off. 有时候.
手机，
打电话.
打电话，
Why do you say it so high? 差点.
差点，
All right. Next
谁说？
谁说? Right? Who says 谁说? Sorry. 谁说从? Oh, B. That's B. Or is it 从? 谁说从韩 or B 行? I'm getting B and 从 mixed up. That's B, right? B 韩 B 韩解释了 解释了 No 解释了 Wait
谁说比赛结束了？
Yeah, B. B Sai. Oh, that's Sai. Dang it. Sai. We didn't get this character yet. But Sai, what is it? Like, what's download? It's in download. No, it's not. That's a different character. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm thinking of Tai.谁说比赛谁说比赛结束了比赛结束了 over to conclude the end or end it's an end well 谁说我喜欢他谁说是我喜欢他喜欢他谁喂
谁说早点
light breakfast. Oh yeah, now we're going into the flex on eating. That's why I added food and stuff to spot. Oh, I didn't. Dang it, I should add food. Just reminding myself. 早点 So if we go to a spot of something early, then it's called a light breakfast. Yeah, see, that's where synonyms come in quite handy, or synonyms, but also other associations with the character. 早点 like it's gonna be hard to use spot for things like 甜点 right, dessert. Like a sweet spot is dessert, right? If we just spot of something early, yeah, so they're using it as in like spot to spot the stomach. We eat just a spot of something, an amount of something early, so it's light breakfast or breakfast. 点 is also degree. That's why you can also imply light breakfast. Taipei, right? Taipei or Taipei. Taipei. Taipei 早点 早点 Taipei 早点食餐 No idea what the last two are.
台北早点餐厅推荐。
Oh wait, it's 餐 oh that's 餐厅 ah man, every time 餐厅 comes up I want to say a different word instead, but 餐厅 okay, that's 餐厅 every time 餐厅 what is it, what is this 推荐 recommended 推荐 早点 we're just gonna stick with breakfast.
意店
Yeah, there it is. Degree. 一店 one spot, smidge of a spot, just a little bit. Dang it, Japanese. Go away, Japanese. 粗 我通 yeah 我通常会睡晚一点
我通常会睡晚一点。
yeah oh it's 1 not 2 okay 我通常会睡晚一点 I added an R there 晚一点 我 oh no 我该 something 多一点钱。
我该存多一点钱。
存多。
我该存多一点钱。
存多一点钱。Okay. Yeah.
驿店。
Wait, why did that sound like it was 1-4? That's fine. 就 at once. Okay. All right. A hook. Oh no, we have umbrella and hook. You know what? I'm gonna add umbrella hook. Just to unify the two. Here are... Okay, what do we got? Hole? Dang. Hole. Up. Okay. A mutant. Oh no, this is like an alien situation again too. All right. So this component depicts a big mutant that has one of his legs replaced by a big hook. Okay. Whenever the mutant goes, he drags his... Okay, it looks like big, but one of its legs got mutated. All right, I got it. I got you. All right, fair enough. Why did you use mutant though? Probably not thing.
就
No. Okay, I'm gonna be adding synonyms to 就 probably. So Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the bakery. That checks out. Of the bakery, trying to fix his cake of a Capitol building. Okay, Capitol building that was accidentally dropped. Intriguing. Dropped on the floor. He put some water on it, then shoot it with his ray gun. At once, the Capitol building cake turns into a mutant and tries to attack Jimmy. At once, as a result, I'm gonna say then. Following. Consequence. I think more as a result. I think as a result, but I kind of get where they're talking about deal. Or okay. Oh yeah, and in other words, yeah, precisely. Huh. 早醉 long ago. I'm not entirely sure where they're going with at once, actually. 就是说 So it is here at once, precisely. Interesting. This is probably the closest. And 就 to go to bed. 就情 Interesting. Okay. All right.
就
Okay. We'll try to remember it. Mutant.
谁说
谁说 早点 早点
早点
早点 一点
驿店
一店
秀
Yo. Alright, we got one more lesson batch. E for doctor, yeah. Fair enough. Adding mixture. A bottle. I can get behind that, actually. Yep. The color looks like just like a cork. Yeah. A cork in a bottle, specifically alcohol. That type of corked bottle. The 3 strokes at the top represents a cork opening. Nailed it. Okay. Yep, there's alcohol. Yo. Distribute. Chieftain. Intriguing. Okay. And then this cork bottle is a medicine bottle, right? That's that kind. And it's funny that the simplified version, the simplified character is just a top left character. And then now we've added, I think this is supposed to be a missile, right? Wait, oh no. We have folding chair and a table. Oh, or a missile, yeah. Yeah, missile on top of a bottle. Oh, we have boxes and darts. Yeah, I see that. Alright, this one's gonna be elaborate. Okay, Yoshi is in front of the house where he's dressed as a doctor, okay? He lugs around a box of medicine-filled bottles for the job. One of the neighborhood kids that was hit with a missile, Monka, missile comes to Yoshi for some treatment. I don't know, if you get hit by a missile, that's kind of... He pricks the kid with a magic dart that is purported to heal all wounds. He's not the greatest doctor. I'm pretty sure he has no degree. Yeah, doctor, physician. Right. Fair enough. Yeah. 医生, 医院. What is that standalone? I don't actually know what that's standalone. Is it still 球? Yeah. 球衣. Sha? No, ya. That's ya. Teeth, right? Yai. And medical treatment. 医药. 医疗. 医疗. Interesting. 医疗. Okay.
一
Right.
热
Yeah. That's hot, alright. A pill. Alright, you're gonna have to help me with this one. There's a 9 and a drop. They say there is a special pill that can make you live forever. Oh, with 9 drops, make you live forever. To make it, one has to combine 1 drop of 9 different liquids. Oh, okay. However, nobody knows which 9 liquids to put into the pill. So we all remain mortal. Okay. Oh no, this one might be a little tough. Yeah. One. I could see why they chose pill. Alright. The other ones are a little too far. A mushroom. Legs and soil. Covered with some loose soil is a pair of decomposing legs that are covered in mushrooms. Alright, I got you. I mean, you can kind of look... Things that are growing out of the soil that look like legs are kind of like mushrooms, really. Kind of looks like mushrooms. Okay. Although... closest is probably land here. Ooh. Mushroom. This one's gonna be a tough one. Crazy pills. So mushrooms and more dirt. More soil. Pills. A special type of pill made from mushrooms. Gotcha. That are picked from the soil. Oh, crazy mushroom. Those type of crazy mushrooms. Or crazy pills. If you eat them, you will go crazy. Those type. Okay. Sure.
热
Yeah. Okay, Robin Hood is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, which is quite hot. There's a huge, burner in the middle of the room that's producing all the heat. Robin is sweating so much, he took some crazy pills to help him cool down, but they just make him see flames of heat all around him, so he screams. Yeah, hot and heat. That's good enough. Yeah. There's heat. 热气加热I can't see the thing. Hot dog. Oh my gosh, it's literally 热狗. Literally a hot dog. Dang. Hot blooded. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't know how to say blood yet. 血. Lively. Is it like energy? 热闹. What a character. Okay. Oops.
热
Alright, what do we have? Pills.
热 一
Alright. That's the end of our lesson today. And now we're going in. Alright, so we're gonna lock in. Wow, that's a lot of components stacked up. Okay. Alright. Let's lock in.
背 去年
我去年这时候在台湾。
Stop missing.
喝 包
I keep missing.
猪今后
今后10年，
After? Henceforth? Oh my gosh. I was gonna go with hereafter, but... We're gonna add since. Like, since as in like here, from here on 10 years, right? Yeah.
你好
你好，你好吗？
Getting around to some old ones.
上午
他上午吃了早餐。
西对手
别小看你的对手，
考星期
2个星期，
儿起火，
这个容易起火。
先号正在
他正在学习中文。
洗
Oh no. Oh no. Moss. Got it.
第一
安全第一。
放假
学校明天放假。
Oh, did they silence the middle?
差不多
Yeah.
他们俩高矮差不多。
I think this is almost too. Yeah, so we have two.
明看穿
我看穿了他的诡计。
少本人
你本人怎么觉得？
Oh no! Is this shoot? Oh no. Okay. Art is one. Okay.
国家
美国是一个国家。
西南
它在我们的西南方。
Is this still a package? Yes.
比外语
我学了很多外语。
干地图
城市的地图。
大哥，
大哥，你是哪里人？
细
Let me guess. Air. I'm gonna add weather to this. And energy. Yeah.
您
Or thou. Yeah. Fair enough. Guess who's here? Hello. Duo.
没想到，
我没想到他会来。
小姐，
小姐，请给我一杯水。
打从
打从小时候起，
同班，
他是我的同班。
打字，
我在练习打字。
现在
他现在不在位子上。
长说话，
他不常说话。
送行，
他流着泪给我送行。
Ah. Oh, that's boo. Whoops. I didn't read that properly.
做人，
学生首先要学会做人。
喜欢，
我喜欢冰淇淋。
Heckin' Bing
从不
他从不看电视。
认真，
我要认真学好中文。
对话，
这一段对话很精彩。
对话。Oh. Wait. Oh yeah. 客机。
客机，
客机开始爬升。
机场，
我会在机场接你。
Oh no, I have a problem with this yesterday.
欢快，
欢快的曲调。
Joyous plus joyous? Okay.
一同，
我们一同去吧。
认出，
你能认出这个字吗？
机票，
这张机票很贵。
听说，
听说明天会下雨。
时候，
5点的时候他不在家。
At a time, but point in time. Point in time.
呢，
I had such a hard time with this one. Shell, soldier, net, something about Ganondorf. Outside. Where it's hitting. Outside of what? Okay. Oh, not Ganondorf. Not Ganondorf, not Ganon, not Ganon or Gandalf, or it's Dumbledore.
读，
The imagery of like someone really old and oh my gosh, there's just so many things. I don't want to talk about it. It's fine. Where's the basement? No, it's bathroom. Thread, connect the thread. Get a reward. Yes.
少，
I need it. Something about the mouth? Nothing. Oh no. Bathroom? Off in the bathroom of the barn? No. Yes. Declaring.
告白，
我跟他告白了。
知名，
他的知名度很高。
它的知名度很高，知名度 the degree of his name.
飞机，
飞机明天抵达台北。
气候，
台湾的气候很潮湿。
很潮湿，气候。Oh, this one's tough. This one's from yesterday. 气候。Weight, air. Climate. Ah, I miswrote. I misread that. Okay. Ah, I hit the wrong tone again. Oh my gosh, that's the second time in a row actually. Yeah. I did the same thing again. Feels bad, man.
告
So upsetting. So upsetting.
东南
中国东南地区，
蟹冻
That's the second time in a row.
重
The sword in mouth. What was this about? Oh my gosh. Like, if you disobey. Oh, summons.
写作
我的写作不太好。
出现
我们家出现了新问题。
找钱
这家店找钱很快。
影泪中文系
我在中文系学习中文。
必面试
面试很顺利。
That was pretty fast. I'm gonna have to admit. We did pretty alright. Outside the big goofballs. I goofed up. I don't know if Valentine's still here, but that's pretty much how it happens. Making mistakes. It's lapse of judgment. But HanziHero is the place where we make lapse of judgment. Because we want to work with the system here. Unlike WaniKani system, which is like the opposite practically. Okay, so let's get in our review here. So we have mutant, book, bottle, mushroom, crazy pill, and pill. This is one of the rare occasions I made the same lapse of judgment. Dong. Lapse of judgment. 谢. 就. Actually, did they put it over? Yeah. Yo. Ruh. Ruh. E. D 点 关机，关机。错过，不错，高贵，变化，有时候，手机，打电话，加点，谁说？早点，早点，早点。1点。Alright, let's do these. Screwed it up again. So yeah, Dracula, bathroom, temple, Dracula in the bathroom of the temple, muscular arms lifting weights, kettlebells. Moving kettlebells. Oh, Dracula in the bathroom with the monks and a muscular arm trying to move a kettlebell. Right? Trying to move a kettlebell. And we have Xena, bathroom, electric plant. Xena, bathroom, electric plant, finding a caliper on top of a body. On top of a body, and then saying thanks. The way out. Right. Okay, we have Jimmy Neutron in the bakery. Whoops. Jimmy Neutron in the bathroom of the bakery. Oh, the bathroom of the bakery. Something about a Capitol building. Oh. Capitol building. And a mutant. Like, using a ray gun on a Capitol building? Oh, wait. Capitol building and dropping a Capitol building using a ray gun and a mutant. Okay, dropping a Capitol building on a mutant and using a ray gun, which gets changed into a mutant. I don't remember. At once it became a. Oh, wow. That one's gonna be tough to remember. I'll have to look at that again. Robin Hood in the bathroom of the electricity plant. This one was, it was very hot. Right. There's a lot of the burner. It was a burner that's a source of a lot of heat. So he took some crazy pills. Wait. Crazy pills is a whole thing? How do the left side of the crazy pills fit in? We have shroom, right? Oh, yeah, shroom and soil. So... Oops. So, crazy pills in order to combat the heat, right? The heat. Then we have Yoshi. Yoshi in front of the beach house? Just the house, I suppose. Because it's E. In front of the house, basically being a doctor. Doctor, oh yeah, pills. Involved with crazy pills. As well as shroom. It's involved. Do we use Hook? Oh yeah, Hook is part of Mutant. So what? Yoshi in front of the house. Giving someone who got hit by a missile. Helping someone who got hit by a missile. Right. Missile. A bottle of special something. It's not really a doctor though. What was the box part? Did they say anything about a box and a box and dart? Oh yeah, use the dart with the special cure-all. Okay, what the heck was this Jimmy Neutron thing? Jimmy Neutron was in the bathroom bakery trying to fix up a cake. Oh, it's a cake of a Capitol building that was accidentally dropped on the floor. Then you put some water on it, then shoot it with a ray gun. At once, the Capitol turned into a mutant, tries to attack. Ah. Oh, that's a little ornate. It's a wee bit ornate. Alright, let's go over our mistakes. So let's see. Tongbu. What did I do here? Oh, I misread. That's fine. Never Tongbu. I misread Xia, right? It's Bu. And this one, I thought about it too much. Still continue to make this error to some extent. Jingho. it's literally here after or now after, so it's fine. Eventually. And then we're expanding T. Because air, but it has energy and stuff as well. But air and weather associations. Oops, wrong character. I did it again. I don't want to talk about it. I get the 1-1-4 mix up so much when I'm typing. And this I didn't read. I didn't like take my time. I just saw three things and I'm like, sure. I pick one and I'm like, ah, no, that's not it. All right. There we are for HanziHero. That's the end of our HanziHero session, right? Our traditional Chinese session for today. But we're not ending here today. We're finally starting our next project. So for those who are only interested in HanziHero and Mandarin, right? And you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? Not much to talk about, business as usual, right? 下次见, right? 大家下次见. See everyone next time if you're only interested in Mandarin and or HanziHero. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for our last thing of the day. It'll be a good one. So I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It is March 5th, the day after my birthday. We are going to start a new project, right? This was already in the plans. We're still on schedule. We recently concluded our month of Like a Dragon, right? And we did a pause on Duolingo Japanese. And now we're going back and phasing all that stuff back in. So at the beginning of every new project, I take the time to do a bit of an opening segment that I usually call opening opinions, right? O2, some oxygen, if you will. So, and courtesy of that, we're gonna go over some stuff. We've done this 4 or 5 times now when it deals with language learning, and we'll go over that too. So we'll keep this a little bit short because we want to squeeze in a lesson set today. So there's some things that we want to upkeep for this portion. So opening opinions, right? Opening opinions. The emphasis are opening opinions. Let's just call this the O2, right? Our O2 bit. O2 bit. So let's start with brass tacks first. Usually, what, where, and hows before starting. So this is where we have, I don't know, disclosures, dealing with my background, right? Dealing with my background, a lot of things that I find, whether they're relevant or not. So things like prior experience, and then we're gonna quickly hop into intentions, right? Should I write this as intentions? I think we're gonna do this a little bit different. We're gonna do it as a frequently asked questions way of getting into goals / intentions, right? And then scheduling. Maybe tentative schedules, right? Tentative, oh, actually, let's break this down a little bit. So things like fluency, right? This is what I mean by goal and intentions. Language laddering. Purpose or application. Maybe something, I think the next portion will explain that. So schedules, we're gonna say tentative method, right? So initially, what am I going to pay attention to? Pay attention, right? Or like focus a little bit. Scheduling. and maybe like relevance to future project to like Q4 of 2025, like a little bit of a bigger picture, right? Bigger picture. So let's go over these topics now. So what, where, how. I've done this twice already. Duolingo Japanese and Duolingo Chinese, where Spanish was brought up. I didn't quite bring up Spanish for the WaniKani and the HanziHero thing because we were drawing comparisons to them. So let's start with the where, what, how. So prior experience. Prior experiences. These are things that are facts, right? Facts. That's a way to establish things. It's non-negotiable. These are things that have already happened. There's no subjectivity involved other than stating my prior experience. So in terms of Duolingo, in no particular order. Duolingo Japanese. So this is dealing with Duolingo as a method, right? Exposure as a method. So like features and whatnot. So Duolingo Japanese and Duolingo Chinese. In terms of Duolingo Japanese, we're going to say approximately 300 days or 300 sessions. And then Duolingo Chinese, approximately 200. Right? Duolingo Chinese is a tier 3. And Duolingo Japanese is a tier 2. And what do these mean? Tier 2 is pretty much the overall feature set. We're not going to go into many of those things, but we're talking about overall feature sets. And one thing that, let's say, that distinguishes a tier 2 from a tier 3 is maybe the inclusion of story, words. If these keywords don't ring a bell, that's perfectly all right. These are different features that I see that may be a little distinguishable. Response, listen, response, listen and response. Short dialogue, one-liner dialogue pieces. Multiple choice, right? MC. So some of these things, and then tier 3 lacks these. Tier 3 I would say is the lowest, right? This is in my opinion probably bottom line stuff. So largely it's translation, right? Target to native translation, and that's about it, right? The addition that was added for both of these as a attempt to introduce the writing system was both the kanji and Hanzi system, and they both are relatively the same. So those are unique possibly to these two, but they share each other, and it's usually kanji, and then Hanzi. Right. So that's to give you a rough idea of prior experience with Duolingo, and for all intents and purposes, this is complete at the moment in terms of learning. And Duolingo, 300 sessions is not all of it. It's about, I'm gonna say it's about approximately 66% there, right? And that'll be relevant to Duolingo Spanish in terms of scheduling in a bit. So these are my experiences. You can infer whatever else that's true, like how many words. We can throw in some words. I think generously in terms of Japanese, in terms of kanji, like 600. No, I'm gonna say conservatively 400 characters. 400 characters. Hanzi was 1000 ish. Let's do some conservative ones. 800 characters. This is not really relevant to Duolingo Spanish, but just to give an idea. Vocab might be a little bit better. I'm gonna say vocab, not quite including all gist of Duolingo, but we're gonna say conservatively a good round number would be like 5,000. And for Chinese, 3,000. So much longer, obviously, because of the longer session. So there you go. That's something relevant to prior Duolingo stuff. Now, what else is relevant to starting Duolingo Spanish? Not a coincidence, yesterday was my 38th birthday, which makes this a very, very easy math. So it's been approximately 2 decades. 2 decades since I've had approximately 3 years of schooling, formal schooling in Spanish. What else is relevant? You know, when I would say now, after all these more than a year now of language learning and conversing with other people, I can say conservatively, I would consider myself as someone who speaks multiple languages. I think overall, if I took the highest of standards that people try to project onto me and the lowest qualifications of a speaker, over the year of interacting with people, I would say in the middle, I can conservatively say that I speak more than one language, right? So that less conservative remark would be something like I'm adjacent to a multilingual person. So with a grain of salt, I would say I tend to experience things from a person who would strongly consider themselves multilingual. So my experiences tend to reflect someone who is multilingual. And what does that mean? Daily, I use more than one language. On a daily basis, I use more than one language. And this means that I use it pragmatically, not necessarily from a study perspective. Like there's nothing forcing me to use, I'm not forcing myself out of education to use more than one language. I typically, pragmatically, from a lifestyle perspective, use more than one language. In fact, I use more than 2 languages now. This also means on a daily basis, I am exposed to more than one language. And these do include Cantonese, Mandarin, Fujianese, English, of course, English, and Spanish. So on any given day, I'm either exposed or use at least two of these 5 languages. Why is this important? I usually don't reflect on which language I'm interacting with because they're second nature to me. So when I started language learning and people kept asking these things like, oh, do you do anything else? You know, do you only use Duolingo? Do you only practice this? Do you only use that? Do you only learn this? The word is only. The answer is no, not only, never only. It's never always. That's, this is to address that type of thing. When you're thinking about learning a language, it's never only, in my opinion. So to place a very large hot take, I think normalizing that learning something, especially a language, so we're going to restrict this to learning a language, often, but not always, of course, often correlates. And I'm using correlate. I'm not saying it's causal. I'm saying there's a strong correlation, often correlates with a multifaceted forms of exposure, learning, and engagement. So over time, regardless of your interest or something, learning another language inherently will reinvigorate a different, more than one way of doing something. So your native language is one way of speaking and talking and comprehending. The moment you invest in a language, it's irrelevant if it's serious or not. I don't like the word serious and only in language learning. I discourage that. But when someone's serious, they can be consistent. Is consistent serious? Not necessarily. So I dislike one thing that came up quite often in this topic, and it applies to Duolingo's stereotypes. People stereotype. Serious is a word that often means when someone comes to the realization, in this realization, for me. So if I need to qualify what a serious language learner is, someone going around saying, oh, if you're taking language, are you taking language learning seriously? The serious part is often doing language learning long enough to realize that yeah, it's multifaceted. So if you're, in my opinion, going around still asking someone, right, that, oh, are you only using this? Are you only doing that? Is this the only thing you're doing? I think, honestly, there's a lot more growth ready to, like, there's a lot more growth and potential there. And I state this kind of thing is because I can't relate to that. It's difficult for me to relate to that, largely because I was born into this environment. So that is something that I have to provide a big disclaimer. It caused rifts between seemingly very intellectual people. It bleeds into, since I'm born into this environment, the way I treat mistakes, the way I learn from mistakes, the way I study and self-study are very, it can be very unempathetic, like non-empathetic at times. So what I mean by that is my interactions when people provide me advice, those who are not in an environment like this or have achieved this point of view from learning language long enough, their advice can be dismissed unintentionally. Now, the other way around, this is going from like a stranger to me. Now, the other way around, I try to make my best attempt to first understand the stranger if they ever approach me with anything, right? That's how I try to be a little bit more empathetic. And how does this work? I ask the stranger the same questions. What is your daily interaction with the language? What are your use cases of the language? What is your exposure frequency? Did you come from a multicultural background, for example? It goes without saying, maybe even how I appear while speaking American English. I am a heritage speaker. I really like that word that someone mentioned a bit ago. I'm a heritage speaker. And also diaspora is another word I picked up over my last year. So my parent, I'm a product of diaspora and I'm a heritage speaker, right? That implies, in my opinion, for me, I did not reject my my heritage language, my mother tongue. I actually preserved my mother tongue. Now, there are quite a lot of diaspora, especially in the United States, that end up foregoing that and concentrating and largely became monolingual over time. Largely. That doesn't necessarily mean they don't have the ear training and the ability to comprehend what they're listening at the expense of speaking, right? For myself, I actually preserve the ability to speak. And I largely problem solve in that language, in the mother tongue, which is Fujianese. So with that said, I grew up in the United States. I'm born and raised American. So Spanish is very at home. I walk around, I drive outside, I'll probably hear some Spanish, right? And Cantonese, I misspelled Cantonese, by the way. Cantonese and Mandarin are inherent together as diaspora from China. So when you're watching like programming and whatnot, like my parents, they have Cantonese and Mandarin programming. I grew up around Cantonese and Mandarin programming. I'm currently learning, right? I'm currently learning how to read. So speaking does not mean literacy. Literacy is a writing and reading, right? So with that said, I forgot to mention two other related. So with this, there's two other related projects that are ongoing. We're using WaniKani. So when there's another common question all the time, SRS. Because for all intents and purposes, SRS now, the bottom line is that it's dynamic as opposed to static. And this is where Duolingo comes in. Duolingo is a form of static SRS. It's a prescribed like curriculum. It's kind of like schoolwork or like formal education. And I've already mentioned that my Spanish background is through formal education. So I might be very familiar with what Duolingo's approach is. And then we have dynamic ones. And what are the dynamic ones to mention is WaniKani for Japanese. I get this question a lot. It's like, oh, do you use SRS? Do you use Anki? Anki. Oh, and there's Anki. This is the closest thing I have to SRS. And if you want to know my motivations on why I chose WaniKani as opposed to Anki, right? First, day one of the WaniKani project. And then we have HanziHero as a companion for right now for traditional Chinese. So that's the SRS thing, right? Duolingo is a static SRS thing. It does not change. It's not dynamically adapt. There are a feature that tries to capture some of that, but target practice is not that. It's still static on a rotating basis, and it only goes to the most recent thing. So it's not dynamically staggering everything. They're trusting that their coursework, the path coursework, is a one-size-fits-all, right? Pace is up to the person. A lot of it is implicit learning. Like SRS tends to be explicit, and Duolingo is implicit, a lot more implicit. Not that it's like a mix. They're both technically explicit and implicit learning. However, Duolingo is far more implicit than SRS. So like when you get a flashcard wrong, you turn it around, there's the explanation. It's as detailed as you want it. It explains the thing, right? And in Duolingo, it's like, you got it wrong, here's the right answer, we're not going to explain it, right? You have to figure that out for yourself. Be motivated and invested in your own learning, because you implicitly have to have the curiosity to go find what you think you don't understand about the sentence. You could deploy in explicit nature by saying, oh, I'll just enter this sentence and then ask someone to explain it to me. That's perfectly fine. Oftentimes, I do not take that approach. In formal education, when you get something wrong, you try to figure out why it's wrong, and you talk with the professor. If you still can't figure it out, you talk with your classmates, right? Implicit learning. This is probably a big one, and I do both. So for the record, I wanted to show that prior experience demonstrates that I do both. Now, there are other prior experience stuff that are coming from this. What is a form? This leads to explicit and implicit learning, right? Explicitness deals with me using a cross-reference. So it won't be in the beginning. I'm not going to cross-reference in the beginning, but generally I'm going to grab a dictionary, whatever people think the Spanish, electronic Spanish dictionary is great, We're going to grab a dictionary and a grammar source. Right? A grammar source for explicit learning. That will be something that I've done already with Duolingo Japanese and Duolingo Chinese. Duolingo Chinese has the Chinese wiki and the MDBG dictionary site in Japanese. I ended up using Tofugu's site and also jisho.org, right? So in this case, I will probably find that. And in terms of implicit learning, what we inherited from Duolingo Chinese and Japanese is constructs. So we're going to continue doing constructs. I talk about this a lot already. So long story short, these are a combination of associations, logic, right? Logic stuff, or many would consider them mnemonics. Can't spell mnemonics, but I don't usually call them mnemonics anymore. This is learning. These are deeper than how I would say other people think mnemonics are. Like when I asked this question multiple times over the course of my last year in language learning, mnemonics is often cut off at like, oh, it's something that it's a rhyme or some short story that I use to remember the thing and then forget them. Association and logic is something that's upkeep for life for me. So think of it more like a mind palace. If I form an association, these constructs can overlap with other memories, like my Japanese and my Mandarin. In this case, it's likely going to overlap with English. So we form permanent memories. We use memories that I have with the existing languages in order to create an association or a logic connection with the vocabulary, because that vocabulary that I ultimately commit is going to be a part of my life. It's expected to stay. So I try to construct associations and logic things that is going to stay. They're not serving as what I feel the majority of people think of as tools, as in it's a stepping stone in which you step over the stone once you don't need it anymore. It's not training wheels. Mnemonics, to me, lots of people, when I was talking about, oh yeah, this is an antonym of this, it's like, oh, that's a neat like tip or reminder to try to remember that stuff. It's like, no, it's not just to remind. That's not the purpose. The purpose is to form the association forever, right? If I can say a word in Japanese and know that it's in Mandarin and in Spanish and in English, those are forever. One of them, knowing any one of them is supposed to help me know the others. Because when you're speaking, if you're like, we're about to go into the FAQs. Actually, this is a perfect place to go into the FAQs. So let's go and start a new page here. So, how is this related to the fluency? Right? Fluency. That's where we're headed with this. So when you're thinking about making mnemonics, oftentimes people will look at it as a tool that is temporary, which, for the record, that doesn't mean I don't do it. WaniKani does this. WaniKani and HanziHero operates on the idea of using mnemonics as a stepping stone. As a stepping stone to remembering something, right? To make basically their focus is to make character reading more approachable. I'm not going to go as strong as saying it helps you memorize things and whatnot. It's more approachable. So it may or may not work. It may or may not be helpful, largely due to mindset. So why do I bring this up? Because I think the idea of mnemonics develops even deeper when someone is in a longer education. These mnemonics become learning strategies. Like very nuanced learning strategies. Some of which is for life. They're life skills, life memories. And this is the consequence of long-term education. Whether that's, that includes formal education, self-education, what have you. When someone spends a long time learning, there are learning strategies that are so nuanced that it is only commonly felt for a lot of people. For myself, it's my focus. So this is my specialized skill. Like I enjoy this specialized skill. So what does that have to do with fluency? For me, fluency, right? This is a frequently asked question. Like, are you fluent yet? Are you conversational yet? Can you speak the target language yet? Have you spoken to a native speaker or anyone? Have you used? All these will be categorized under fluency, because fluency is nebulous. So I think there are bottom lines for my thought about fluency, and it's attached to this idea. Fluency for me is an ability to leverage the target language, in order to learn more. And in order to achieve this, the learning strategies involving the language, right? Involving plus the target language is considered a life skill. So what do I mean by that? If you're asking yourself, how do I learn more vocabulary? Well, I learn more vocabulary by using Japanese. Then to me, that is one of the bottom lines of fluency. If you can't comfortably say that, then I would say for myself, I would be questioning the feeling of fluency, right? If someone speaks to you, like if someone tries to speak to me in Japanese, I will have the natural curiosity of trying to use Japanese or the Japanese I know in order to comfortably try to learn something from it. No, it is not. And I didn't say bottom line. One of the bottom lines that are commonly emphasized is accuracy. I disagree with this. So others can use this. So if I ask, what do you consider as being fluent? If they say high accuracy, and I'm like, well, I'm not fluent, right? I'm not fluent in this language. In fact, in English, I'm not fluent in English either, due to the it's very dependent on accuracy, right? Somebody say it's dependent on accuracy. So, well, I wouldn't consider my English incredibly accurate. So what is your accuracy? Well, you don't ever say anything wrong. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not fluent in English. These are the common conversations that I have quite a lot. In fact, I have no problems adhering to the standards and qualifications of someone else, provided they are able to accurately express what fluency is. My bottom line is that having the ability to leverage the language in order to learn more about the target language is a door you have to pass through, right? If you open that door and you're saying, oh, it doesn't matter as long as I'm using Japanese. Oh, I like using my target language to learn more about the target language. In fact, you would stop thinking of it as a target language and more as another way to learn in general, right? You learn using the language. It might not even be specifically using that language to learn the language itself. You're using Japanese in order to learn more about this anime that someone made, right? So the moment learning becomes a subset, learning other things, like your language itself becomes a subset of the learning process, I believe that is the bottom line to fluency. I use English no matter what I do. When I'm learning something, if I need to communicate ideas, learn about a stranger and stuff, I don't think of myself saying, maybe I should learn some English right now. Like, oh wait, I should focus on all the things I don't know about English and I should practice that. It's like, hey, do you want a language exchange with me? Right? That is still in the process of learning, and that would not be a qualification for fluency. When I talk to someone, I want to learn something about them. I'm not thinking at the same time, what is this word that I need to, I need to learn this word. I don't know how to say this word. If you continue thinking about that, then that's not what I mean then, right? When you're using the word, when you're using a language, you're using it because you know it. Whether it is accurate or not, you're bound to have, right, human error. There's also creative barriers. That's stuff that you typically experience. Go to a stranger, say hi, and hold a conversation with them in your native language. Do you have creative barriers and human errors? Yes, absolutely. Is it sometimes not accurate and accurate? Sure, right? You can use those arguments to qualify someone's fluent. But what I hear is if someone goes there and they say they just want to learn something about the stranger and they're using their target language because they want to use that language by default, that is the bottom line. The moment you're able to leverage your target language in order to learn more. And it can look like any degree of accuracy, any degree of consistency. You can speak a language while learning the language. So I think that's the bottom line. I don't want to add more to this, but for me, I'm inherently biased, right? I'm biased toward skill development. And that skill development often involves learning. So, life skill. If you start solving problems in a target language, fluent. If you're still going around like trying to figure out how to translate like the summary of One Piece instead of saying, oh, you know, Monkey D. Luffy. He's a pirate. Right? You're using the language to summarize something as opposed to going out of your way trying to translate something. Right? I think, to me, that's great. Now, the reason why I say this is because the other most common thing, more common thing about fluency is comprehensiveness. The last time I checked, the vast majority of people on the internet still speaks high school English. And if I had to categorize the vast majority of people who use English to communicate with me on a daily, like on a once in a moment basis, their English is probably even arguably possibly lower than the comprehensiveness of their target language, right? And you might be thinking, well, that's because they're focused on their studies and it's really recent to their studies. It happens in countries. The United States is not a great example of a country that emphasizes learning more than one language when they're growing up or like retaining it. However, in other languages, English is far more comprehensive in the knowledge department than the native, their mother tongue, the country's predominant language versus the secondary language per se. Like grammar is better, right? All the technical things, right? And that creates that dissonance where, oh man, how come I'm paying attention to being grammatically correct far more than a native speaker? Largely because native speakers are fluent without necessarily primarily focusing on comprehensiveness and accuracy. They are using fluency as a bottom line for pragmatic uses. And for me, I'm biased towards learning. So my most pragmatic use of a language or a target language in pretty much most of my life is to learn about someone else, to learn about content and information. So the moment I start doing that in Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish is the moment I get closer and closer to fluency. But to make it clear, fluency is on a continuum, right? There are millions of points, but what I mean is it goes towards this direction the more and more frequently I decide to use a language in order to learn something. You might be thinking, well then how do you improve your comprehensiveness and or your accuracy? When you want to learn something and you're using the language to learn that, oftentimes it creates the deeper associations that I'm referring to. Right here, the specialized skill, the life skill of memories and association. When you use a target language at whichever time you feel comfortable, you can start right now if you wanted to. You learn a few phrases and then you try to greet someone and learn what the process is like to greet someone in that target language. You're forming associations. And they're deeper associations than something that's temporary, right? If you say, Ohayo gozaimasu, or ni hao, right? Ni hao. Bienvenido, right? Bienvenido. ¿Qué tal? Right? ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué pasa? Right? That type of thing is linked to your memory. So the phrases that you remember the best and the sentences and the vocabulary that's best oftentimes has a deeper association. There is a mechanical, pragmatic use for them. So aiming for comprehensiveness, in my opinion, might actually disproportionately warp someone's perspective, in my opinion, on what is considered a native speaker or native-like speaker. And that is a contentious point. I understand this is a hot topic. I wanted to be a little clear about this, largely because I will probably have to answer this question 2 or 3 more times in the future. Once every, 2 or 3 times a week, probably. Spanish is an incredibly large macro language. It is, by statistics, second to English. So we're going to tackle lots of these questions again. And this will bleed into my other things. So let's do our segue to our other point, right? Language laddering. So how does this relate? This is my process of language laddering, which I'm new to, largely because I haven't done this in a long time, where you're using target language 1, right, to learn target language 2, to learn target language 3, or this relations, right, or both directions, right, that kind of thing. That creates a memory association that is not the same as viewing language as a stepping stone. So oftentimes when people think of using your native language, native 1, to learn target 1, you're only going in this direction. It's one directional. You want to learn the target language and remove your native language from it. So then you're only thinking about the target language, right? Language laddering is not this. Not this at all, in my opinion. Perhaps other people will beg to differ. In order to be open to learning multiple languages, at once, is to understand that this is probably going to happen. And instead of looking at it as a bad thing, or like quote unquote contamination, leverage it, in my opinion. Leverage it. So, this goes all the way back to what I bring to myself. I live in an environment that requires me to constantly juggle 2 languages, at least 2 languages. So that becomes a social norm. When you leverage something, you can also normalize it. Yes, it's the thing that is not normalized, right? If you're thinking this way, this thing is going to take a lot of effort. At first, it's going to take a lot of effort. However, much like what I think about fluency when it comes to language is the moment it becomes effortless, as in it's manageable. We'll say more manageable. I would even argue that my Mandarin is sufficient enough now in order to use that to learn, to continue with my Japanese studies and my Spanish studies in the future. Right? When I'm thinking like 今天, I'm thinking like 今日, right? 今天 is 今日. And I just said a sentence in 3 languages. 今天 is 今日. Or 今日は今天と, right? Oh, I'm just quoting for the time being. So right? That's what I mean by language laddering. So you are encouraging yourself, at least for me. Sorry, I misspoke. Not you, as in I was talking to myself. Like you, myself, are encouraging to use something you are learning as a natural part of learning something else. And because you are doing that, they are going to be associated together. So when you're learning today in Japanese, yo, you are also learning 今天, which is today in Mandarin, and ahora. Ahora is today or now in Spanish. And the only reason I still remember ahora is largely because I attached it to the meaning now in English, which is 지금 in Fujianese. I don't actually know what the Cantonese one is. It might actually be the same or similar. But that's kind of the idea, and you build that up over time. It's for life. Yeah. I still don't know how to say life in all the languages, actually. Okay, right? So giving an idea, learning multiple languages at once, I think all of this stuff is connected. So my perspective on language laddering, I think one of the big disclaimers is that I am language laddering, but it's worth mentioning all of these perspectives in order to disclose or be a little transparent that do you feel the same way, right? When someone is watching and they're asking a question about me, I like to be as transparent as I can, largely because I don't want people to misconstrue what they see. It's great to practice this, by the way, largely because interpersonal communication is one of my, in my opinion, one of my personalized skills, my specialized skills. I practice expressing these ideas, which are kind of hard to explain, and they are rough at first. Like, where do I start? How do I explain this? So until I continue to practice it, it ultimately also serves a purpose. It serves a purpose of talking to someone else. So when someone asks me a question, I at least am responsible for contextualizing what I mean, and then I try my best to understand the other person. One of the disappointments, possibly a disappointment, but not unexpected, still a disappointment, is the level of comprehension in terms of communication is it leaves me a little wanting, especially for people who focus on language learning, right? Language learning inherently is going to overlap with communication skills, and communication skills can be practiced with learning a language. Inherently, they don't. So how is that related to this is that instead of language laddering, right? Instead of language laddering, one of the other potential benefits or applications, and this goes into the next point, which is, I think, intent. Proposed application, yes. That naturally goes into the next thing, which is the potential applications, right? And that is interpersonal communication skills. I get an opportunity to expand my ability to communicate. I can express things in analogies that are used in many different ways. Like, for example, how am I able to resonate with someone who gets ke and ke and mixed up, right? This talking about language through communication, and using a different language, right? If you ladder your target language, you can begin to have appreciation for even your native language. So talking about the language itself and the language learning process itself, I become more relatable. So participating in learning a language gives me other appreciations, especially for my native language, which is English. I can't tell you how many hundreds of hours that I spent talking about the parallelisms between Japanese and English. Meanwhile, you have that 2 or 3 people that come by and say, like, they're not the same. They're not the same. It's like, well, yes, they're not the same. That's the fun part. 2 people are not the same. Like, if you go around having a mindset, right? Having a mindset like this, I am not the same as you. Language 1 is not the same as language 2. That can be helpful, pragmatically speaking, when it comes to learning a language, right? The mechanics of learning a language. But to me, it's not learning something else. It's not practicing interpersonal communication skills. It's not normalizing problem-solving skills. Problem-solving skills, critical thinking. You don't have to critical think if you just keep saying it's not the same, or it depends. You don't make the attempt to talk about it. How do you discuss more like non-trivial topics if a trivial topic is easily brushed off? Like, it's a cyclic argument too, as well. You can argue that, well, that problem is not important. When the important problem comes along, I will make the exception and talk about it at length. It's like, well, much like language practicing and learning practicing, you can practice before it even happens, right? So language laddering is a natural part, in my opinion, of my background. So not for everyone. I'm not saying, oh, look at me, I can speed run 3 languages at the same time. No, I am enjoying myself using the language to learn about and practice the skills that I enjoy. And what are those top 3 skills? The practical applications, right? List of practical applications. Skill building. These are really loaded generalities. So skill building includes habits, addiction, sustainability, skill building, right? Skill building, because a skill is also a habit. So skill building, critical thinking, and that's really, really large too. So critical thinking, problem solving, and interpersonal communication. Now, there are overlaps, obviously. If I drew a Venn diagram, it would be a little bit more visual, right? However, these are kind of the ones that I touch upon a lot of times. Problem solving, for example, a great example of problem solving is explicit correction versus implicit correction. How do you go about doing that? If you get something wrong, do you currently have a tendency for explicit correction or implicit correction? Critical thinking. What happens when what do you do when a tool doesn't work? You might be thinking, oh, that's kind of problem solving. These two kind of go hand in hand, but it requires critical thinking in order to find a potential solution, right? Skill building, habits, sustainability. Some people might call this dedication. discipline. They're all wrapped up in skill building. How do you create healthy habits? How do you know when you're burning out? And you know how to take your due diligence, rest, make sure you don't, right? It's part of skill building. These are practical applications. You have a tool, you're using it, but you also have the possibility of determining some things. For example, if Duolingo doesn't work for you, why is that? And why do there are people who Duolingo do work? That's a contentious point too for some people, because those that Duolingo doesn't teach them anything are convinced that every other person does not learn anything from Duolingo, right? That, in my opinion, is a lack of critical thinking, problem solving, skill building, and interpersonal communication skills, right? The fact is, there's a use case for it. If it doesn't entirely work, why does it exist? Right? Logical fallacies, cognitive dissonance, and so on and so forth. So these are my practical applications. Those are my intended purpose of learning another language, and especially exploring tools that lots of people use because it's very useful for interpersonal communication. I wouldn't have the emotional intelligence, for example. For interpersonal communication, you require emotional intelligence. I wouldn't, when you go around saying Duolingo is garbage, did you use Duolingo? If you didn't, how can you possibly think you're competent enough to understand the emotional intelligence involved in advising someone who is either struggling, maybe you see the person struggling or complaining? How could you leverage any emotional intelligence if you lack that emotional experience, right? Participating in a language and learning a language is different from saying, oh, you think you know what it's like to learn a language. It's very different. There are emergent properties when experiences, which is basically my mantra for recording all of this, experiences lead to emergent properties. These emergent properties often deal with emotional intelligence. You can know a lot of things, but applying that knowledge is without wisdom is an exercise in ignorance, especially emotional intelligent ignorance, like in ignorance in emotional intelligence. So when people say, yeah, I don't know why I make this mistake, and then someone comes by, is like, well, you know, if you made this mistake, this would be the way to correct it. Meanwhile, they have never experienced the mistake, so how would you know it's applicable? You could shoot it and say, oh, this is what I think would work, and that person would go on and to try it, right? Without the guarantee that you're accurate, largely because you do not have that emotional intelligence to do so. So there's our application, and then we have one last thing, right? One last group to cover. Oh, and I've been writing in the wrong color, but that's okay. Now we have our focus, our scheduling, some relevance, and bigger picture stuff. So this stuff goes pretty quickly. Let's write it in the only color we haven't written in. Was it this? Yes. Okay. So, what are our current things? So our current approach, right? Our current approach. What my focus is first? We're gonna say the first month. Like the first month. It's gonna be like vanilla. Just gonna straight up do our current schedule, which is one lesson set. So, hold up. For the first month, it will be a 3-day schedule. 3-day schedule. 1 lesson set. 1 lesson set on day 1. Right? This will be the new thing. Now, I'm still not sure if I'm going to do a construct yet. I think what we're going to do is look at the word section. Because now we're doing super, right? Super Duolingo. We're a subscriber now. So there's going to be a word section. And we're going to use that word section to create a reorganization. Basically, when you finish a lesson set on day 1, the very first lesson set, we might have to tweak it a little, largely because the first section might be different. I didn't look at any of this yet, right? The first section might be different. Usually the earlier sections are smaller. So 1 lesson set. Basically, the first bubble is going to have, I don't know, anywhere from 4 to 6 lessons. And they are introducing new vocabulary. That new vocabulary, once introduced, gets added to a word section. However, my experience with this word section in Japanese was that it's incomplete. They don't include all of the word sections, but it might be different for Spanish, because Spanish is more mature, right? Spanish is a T1 one. So they might have inclusively include the words back, because before I used to end the day, I used the kanji section, for example, or in Chinese, the Hanzi section, to create a construct in order to associate all the words based on their characters. But I doubt there's something equivalent to Spanish, largely because Spanish is written with the Roman alphabet, right? So this is what we're going to do tentatively. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a reorganization of the words on day 1. Then on day 2, it would be the second lesson set. Second lesson set, so D2. And this will end up being a review, usually. So this will probably have the same 4 to 6 lessons, but a review. And the review, this is where I add or make a note. I call it the hunt day. It's the hunt day, where I hunt for any additional words that was missing in the word section, right? So we're going to add it into our construct. And this will mirror what happened in Japanese and Chinese. The kanji section is not inclusive of everything, because not everything was in kanji. And then so is Hanzi. Not all vocabulary words ended up in the back of Hanzi, because Hanzi was categorizing the characters, but not the assembly of all the vocabulary words, right? So that's what we're going to do on day 2. And then this is where it gets murky because of other situations. So on the 3rd day, we do our review. So our 3rd lesson, and it's probably going to be lesson sets. There are multiple sets in this 3rd day, and it largely serves as finalization, right? Finals. So this is where you have your trophy review, your shortened lesson set. So this would be about half of that, so 2 to 3. It's usually 3. It defaults to 3 most of the time, and trophy is 1. And then there are other things that can be in this day 3, which is personalized practice. But the thing is, when we're starting, there's not going to be personalized practice, because there isn't anything to practice before it, right? And how early this shows up is going to be different because it's a T1. And now there's also other things. Now we have to consider miscellaneous things because there might be other features. Spanish is the most developed course. And also we have to take into account I'm using the desktop version. So whatever those features are might not even be in the desktop version. So these are the considerations. And we'll do, it's either going to be in between here, a miscellaneous in between here, or in between here. And that's our current tentative approach, right? It's truncating a lot of things that I could be talking about in Japanese and Chinese, but then that's fine. And the constructs themselves, the reorganization, the words, we are going to do a recall for all of them, active recalls. And it will carry 2 units, right? 2 units. So at the end of the first day, the beginning of the second day, recall. It will be a bunch of words organized in some way, right? For the time being. And then third, and I continue to do that until 2 units following. That will become self-explanatory in the future. It gives me like a whole week of active recall before the unit turns over and gets displaced by the current 2 units, right? So I drop a unit, add another unit, drop a unit, add another unit, while still maintaining 2 units. And then future, a bigger picture. I think we're gonna decide on a 50-day review. This is where I drop. It's probably around day 50. We're gonna take 1 to 3 days ish to do Duolingo related reviewing, and oftentimes that deals with like legending something or going back if my time runs out, right? And then this is this kind of thing. I call it a tentative take. I've done this for Japanese and Chinese tentative takes. And usually I do this for lots of things that go really far, and it's more of a progress report and what I'm changing up and what I'm going to change up in the future, reflect on some stuff. I think this is an incredibly important part of hot take. I think stuff like this is an incredible part about being successful in life. If you take a hot take, right? If you take a hot take from interviews of successful people, one of the top 10 criteria is the capacity for self-improvement. And consistent self-evaluation. Which is like self-reflection. And that's what I do each day, at the beginning of each project, at the end of each project. If the project goes too long or it's predicted to go very long, I do intermediate tentative takes on the stuff. It helps me reflect on the past, plan for the near future, keep my eyes in the current present, instead of lingering and constantly looking at something 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, or maybe not even achievable. Most of the things I look at the horizon is unachievable. They are there to motivate me to keep on making forward progress toward them. It is what I do in the present, and when I reflect in the past and look slightly towards the future, right? So I tested 50 days. I also tested 100 days, and 100 days was a little bit too much of a stretch. It was a little taxing. So we're going back to 50 days, right? Most of this stuff will also resume from the Japanese side of things as well. And in terms of schedules, let's I think the last thing is more like scheduling and some other bigger picture things, right? So in terms of scheduling, it will be WaniKani, then HanziHero. Those are my major projects. Then it'll be Duolingo, right? Duolingo, and it will be Duolingo Spanish as a priority. Now, I have something that I have to test out for now. So in terms of scheduling, we have to test out peak day. So WaniKani has an asymmetrical load. On leveling day, it's really high, and it tapers down on the next day, and then continues taper, and then there's a second spike, and it tapers down, and then the cycle repeats. Now, these days are going to be important because I need to know if I can still do Duolingo Spanish at a minimum on these days. If not, then Duolingo Spanish will only come after non-peak days. Everywhere in between and not these points. Largely because of time. Physically, I'm unable to do these, right? Have to make sure that I have sleep and eat, right? As much as my brain is always active all the time, I need to practice my due diligence not to run my body ragged or my voice ragged. So that's currently what we need to test. So the first couple days or the first couple weeks, I'm going to try to do the Duolingo Spanish stuff despite knowing these peak days and see how they go. And if not, then we skip the peak days. So we take a leap day from Spanish and add those. Once we determine that, so once we get that down, get timing, right, for Duo Spanish, which is this month. It's the month of March. That's what we're doing for the month of March, right? 30 days to 50 days. Then we stagger Duolingo Japanese. Because Japanese is not complete. So the thing is, do I add 4 things? Traditionally, usually the 4th thing is optional. So what happens is we can alternate. There's a chance we can try to alternate these. But that's not until April. So for now, that's the March schedule. And then for a little future to keep in mind, Duolingo Japanese is still around. You gotta work step at a time. Moving too quickly, slamming everything together is a recipe for burnout, right? So this is very systematic. I've already planned this last year. I already planned all this stuff last year. And then to look forward to other things. For example, further down the future, right? Further down, we have the LLM Chinese project. So this is using probably whatever ChatGPT model it is at the moment, and we feed in a Mandarin role RPing. I'm just gonna call it RPing, but it doesn't necessarily. I have a bunch of ideas that are written down how I would go about going back to the original theme, learning something using a target language. So the LLM Chinese portion, which I'm looking at May right now, the month of May, right? Not April. April is going to be Duolingo Japanese, weaving back in. May is going to be the LLM Chinese thing that's replacing the Duolingo Chinese portion. This is role playing in the sense that I want to learn something using the Chinese language, and meanwhile acquiring new vocabulary and grammar and stuff in that language. So I'm using Mandarin to learn something that I would otherwise already learn in general or have to learn. Like, for example, a great example would be, hey, ChatGPT, give me an example of a morning routine written in Mandarin. Specifically, maybe like I'll say written in simplified Chinese. So what I'm doing here is I can gather a lot of ways to talk about people and talk about myself regarding morning routines in my target language. I will, in fact, probably learn need to learn more words, cross-reference with dictionaries and grammar sources and stuff, or I can role play and ask them about the grammar, right? At the same time, I'm specifically learning how to express and read people's morning routines and hear people's morning routines, because morning routines are important to me when I try to learn about someone. When I ask someone, what are their habits? What do they typically do? What do they do for fun? These are the things I will be using Mandarin to learn in Mandarin, but really I can leverage English too. I can leverage Japanese, I can learn Spanish, because it's important to me. It is important to me to know about people's morning routines and routines in general. That's how I get to learn about people. It's very important. These are the details that make you appear, at least, or other people think you understand more about them. I think it's terrifyingly concerning. One of my hot takes here. It's terrifyingly concerning how nowadays I think a vast majority of people keep on saying that they care about someone or making an act of kindness without even being interested in the details of that person's background. Right? Like, you cut to the chase. It's like, oh, here's another stereotypical Duolingo Spanish user. I bet they don't even know how to speak Spanish yet. Right? Well, you didn't ask. You didn't even sit long enough to know anything, and you jump right to it, right? Statistics state that. I'm not doing that. So we're going to find that out, right? The things I love to do, I'm going to do in another target language. So that's a little blip of LLM. Now, why am I bringing up this project, the LLM Chinese project? Is because LLM integration does not exist yet in Duolingo for Chinese. Now, this is kind of similar, like using Anki and then using WaniKani and HanziHero later. Now I'm doing it backwards because of accessibility and the timing. So once I do this for May, so we're fast forwarding until, I'm gonna say, December. Right near the end of the year. It's a very important. It's from December to January, because I'm kind of curious if they run a discount, because I want to try out Dual Max after they spend another year doing their accounts and stuff, right? Like, how is the Dual Max project going along? Like, how much does it cost? Like, I want to invest in Dual Max. And why is that important? It's because this is the LLM of Spanish in Duolingo. So time comes that project, what I can say about relevant experience is I spent maybe half a year, using ChatGPT to roleplay Chinese, and then now I get to see what it's like when the roleplay is not of my own design. As in, what is it like from the Duolingo perspective? Because it's very important to me. When you learn something and you need to communicate with another person, you have to understand where they're coming from, right? Yes, certainly you can spend the entire internet saying, this is the way I wanted it, this is the way I learned best. Well, you keep convincing yourself this is the best way you learn, then you never learn new ways. You never learn to communicate with new people. You never learn to improve your interpersonal skills because you become less and less relatable. All you do is me, and I'm the main character, right? You can still be incredibly successful, by the way. Like, we have plenty of examples, whether you like it or not, of people who only care about themselves and are so brilliant and, you know, persuasive and influential or coincidentally lucky that they can do whatever they want. That's perfectly fine. That's not my purpose in life. It's not my calling. I like to be empathetic in as many ways as I can. And this allows me to constantly invest in not only is self-improvement, self-evaluation, self-reflection is one of the top 10 qualities. It's also consistently taking and understanding more perspectives. If you can handle more perspectives, your rate of success, especially in the human world, in the Anthropocene, will go rapidly up, in my opinion. It correlates with your ability to manage more perspectives. The key word here is being able to manage more perspectives. If you cannot manage more perspectives, then oftentimes, yes, that would be an exercise in diminished return. Like people who take on too much and become burnout or indecisive or non-functional. That can happen. I am very open about my mania. Every day in and day out, I might sound a little bit more well put together on stream is largely because I prepared all of this. I thought about all these things. They're negotiated and they still can look chaotic. Like, look at this. It's still relatively chaotic. But I spend day in, day out, and I can totally understand the trade-offs. When you take on more and more perspective, your clarity disappears. There's further and further lack of clarity. Complexity goes through the roof, and you can ultimately become very indecisive, right? So management is a very important thing. I'm doing my due diligence most of the time, slow pace, you know, take my time, integrate all these things so that it doesn't become a jumbled mess. That comes with years and lifetime of self-improvement, self-evaluation, self-reflection, and a consistent, moderated, right? Consistency is moderated. A moderated improvement in understanding and taking in more perspectives. And for me, yes, ChatGPT gives you all the tools that you can probably mirror the LLM experience with Spanish from your Dual Max subscription. But I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in what I am able to do. I'm interested in what Duolingo decided to do, or the people at Duolingo. And then, you know, it came with language learning. Someone told me like, well, Duolingo sucks at teaching language. That was my first like 100 days of Duolingo. It was consistent. Most people would just come by to tell me how much it sucks and then how much I'm wasting my time. It's like, well, what do you think my objective is? I'm not necessarily also, you know, I get it. A safe assumption is you're learning a language as efficient as possible. It's like, but what does that look like? I'm curious as to what that looks like. I have no experience in self-studying, but I have an incredible long career in formal education. The people who talk to me clearly does not, in my opinion, have a long career in formal education. They're very successful self-studying though, which is excellent. I take their advice and I will get to it if I can, if it overlaps with my interest. My interest often is, I think I can learn most things fairly well, regardless of the topic or the nature. I'm curious how other people learn as well. So when you're asking me, go use Anki, Anki will serve you better. If I had $1 for every time someone said that, I could probably buy a dual max subscription for this entire year for this project, right? I think I've been told at least 200 times over the last year. And I'm not, I'm not popular. I only meet like 1 or 2 people and get 1 or 2 video comments every 1 or 2 weeks. But that's sufficient to make 90% of them telling me how Anki is better for me. Well, I would ask the person, do I learn any more about how other people learn by using Anki? Their first thing is like, why would you need to know that? Because Anki is personalized to you. It's a platform that is very flexible. It allows to personalize everything you think you learn the best with. And that's great. It's a very flexible platform for someone who knows what they want. So if you know and you've convinced yourself the only way you can learn is using this, this, and this, and Anki serves that, good for you. Like, that's awesome. I'm interested in how many more ways I can learn, and I want to learn and engage in things that have the most people learning in a conditioned way. So Anki is quite literally the opposite of that. Not only when I talk and ask people why they like Anki, they rarely say the same thing after I ask for details. Generally, they say the same thing, like, oh yeah, it helped me with Japanese. Oh, it helped me with how? Why? In what way? Right? And the moment I ask those questions, there is no consistency between them. So when you're giving advice on a tool that have inconsistent results, how can you make the guarantee that it's better? You can't. That's a methodology problem. You did not normalize your methodology. At least one thing that will probably continue to remain true is that there are more people who are exposed to Duolingo than Anki. And that intrigues me. I am intrigued by the exposure Duolingo has. The reason why I'm saying this is I'm about to start Duolingo Spanish, and I believe this project will probably last for over 4 years. If not, something else is going to displace it due to community interest. I'm interested in how people learn, other people learn, because it serves my benefit. And meanwhile, much like what I said earlier, I'm learning Spanish while learning something else. Right? The target language is serving a purpose. Spanish is serving a purpose for how I understand the way people learn now. If you want to provide advice and guidance and coaching, right, and you want to be an educator, I would say it is incredibly ignorant and narrow-minded to assume that because you are successful and you got in certain techniques that you can apply and share those advice without ever understanding the person you're advising. So this is my effort, my consistent due diligence to finding the most applicable experiences and then maybe doing my own spin on it as a non-professional. And one day when I get asked a question, I'm not like predicting what type of questions or what type of people I'm interacting with. That's a very important statement because in this day and age, on the internet, people only associate with the people they want to associate with so that they don't have to practice interpersonal skills or problem solving skills or critical thinking skills. You don't have to practice how to debate, discuss, have cogent arguments, and learn from each other if everyone around you are the people you want to be around. So when someone says unfollow, it's like, well, they're going to probably go and follow the people that they're used to so that they don't ever have to develop new discussion skills, right? And that's their prerogative. It is their right, right? It's a privilege that they have. I don't strive to be that. I actually think the biggest challenges in life are the most rewarding to me. And one of them is to make things work when they don't work, because lots of people are trying it. So how much helpful can someone be comparatively? Like, give you two scenarios. One person who goes around championing the thing that works for them, right? And they know it works because it worked for them, expecting that everyone else has the same background and experience that they have, and so whatever they say, they can guarantee it works. Or alternatively, someone that sees that something is kind of working, but there's a lot of criticisms and there's a lot of bad juju and haters and whatnot, but it continues to be a thing that is connected with so many people's lives. That person tries to make that work. How often do you think the second person is going to have an opportunity to help someone than someone who's living on their own planet, thinking that their experience is the best experience and they can't even possibly relate to the problems that they're trying to advise, right? That's kind of like saying to a person, to an addict, for example, just quit smoking. I don't smoke. That's the solution. Stop smoking, right? Like, these are really real problems, and I actually focus most on those type of problems and not even language learning. Like when someone says, I absolutely hate Japanese now, like I hate learning Japanese, or like I'm so bored of Japanese, or I hate Anki, like those are the type, or I hate Duolingo. Those are the questions that I'm interested in and I want to learn about them. But you have to also take time and investment in understanding that in order to see where it's at. That to me is a place where true compassion meets objectivity. Act of kindness that most people think of is often they envision kindness as a selfless thing. But I think, without saying too much, not everyone, of course, for me, anecdotally speaking, since I started language learning, most act of kindness is fully selfish. It's completely selfish. It has this gilded nature of saying they care. But when push comes to shove, the motivation is to make one more comfortable, not the other way around. Like, they are uncomfortable that someone is making a mistake. They are uncomfortable in seeing someone they care about, they care about making the mistake. While I'm thinking and I'm constantly inculcating, like, don't worry, I got this. It's a mistake that's part of the system, right? I need to learn how to solve that system. If this is too painful for you, it's not an act of kindness. It's selfishness, in my opinion, right? It hurts you to see someone try to fix a mistake, not the other way around. At least in my opinion. It sounds a little bit callous, I understand, but sometimes it's incredibly humbling to understand that you have knowledge the other person doesn't. So that inherently makes you less empathetic to that person. unless somehow you still remember what it's like to not be competent. There are individuals who believe, yes, learning from mistakes are great for retention and memory. If you learn it yourself, like solve the problem yourself, it's great. Meanwhile, they spend most of their time correcting other people and preventing them from making similar mistakes, expecting them that they won't learn from those mistakes. That is a double standard. That it's a double standard that comes with competence, right? So we'll see how that works for Duolingo Spanish. Anyways, wishful thinking. So that's a good wrap up. Like 2025 is jam-packed. I hope I didn't scale up too far, because last year we took it pretty chill for the most part. Duolingo Japanese for 200 days, right? We developed our Duolingo schedule and all that. Then we staggered with Duolingo Chinese, and right near the end of the year and going into New Year, Duolingo Chinese ended, right? And now here we are. We made time for our video games, and we also threw in some video games and also some indie games. We had a chance to fit in 2 other indie games because much like my interest in language learning and understanding how other people do language, I was actually approached by 2 indie developers to try out their game. And with all of this schedule stuff in line, I still will make time for anyone who's willing to say, hey, I made a game. I want to see what you think about it, about their game, right? And how they presented the game mechanics, not what I want in the game. I think that's not as interesting. If you've already spent, in my opinion, it doesn't take a lifetime I think I'm almost 40. I turned 38 yesterday, or actually the day before, since it's past midnight. No, I turned 38 yesterday. With a lifetime of self-evaluation and self-reflection, that upkeep becomes this small, right? If you hadn't done a self-improvement, self-evaluation, self-reflection in like 30 years, like maybe this is the year, you're like, New Year's resolution, I'm going to reinvent myself, it's gonna feel like you need to catch up with 30 years of your old self. Well, I started when I was 13. So every year, it's a smaller upkeep, right? When 2024 ended, I had to reflect on 2024. Right? Each year, I'm upkeeping a smaller amount. So yeah, it's going to be hard at first. However, learning is it's a life skill. It requires consistent upkeep. Not that I'm saying you're doomed. Definitely not doomed. You can start at any time, right? Anytime. And this is my reason for doing this segment in front. It prefaces all my motivations, my goals, my reflections of years gone past that's relevant to this, and it reminds me of keeping my eyes on the ball of 2025. So there you go. And now we're gonna hop into Duolingo Spanish, right? Thank you for listening to this section, right? If you're gonna watch this later, as always, thank you, right? Gracias, right? All right, so let's pull up. Let's pull up our Duolingo here. All right, so I know it shows Japanese because that's what we have here. So we're going up here. We're adding a course, and there's Spanish at the top. Outside of English, because where we have it set on English. Actually, 50.2 million, right? What if I say I speak Spanish? 61. Ooh, it's really close. Okay. After we answer these questions, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. But how much Spanish do you know? I generally, regardless of my comprehension, I tend to start from 0. I'm a proponent of bottom up all the time when it comes to someone's complacency, right? So let's just read through these. I'm new to Spanish. I know some common words. I can have basic conversations. I can talk about various topics. I can discuss most topics in detail. If I had to pick where I am after a little bit of review, I probably can have basic conversations. It wouldn't take too long for me to be conversational again. However, we're starting from beginning, so that's something I choose to do because basics. We'll start fresh. Okay, now let's find the best place to start. We're just starting from scratch. We're not finding my level or anything like that. We're starting from scratch. Scratch always. These are hobbies, right? Language learning is a hobby of mine, so we're not like urgently in any way trying to reach a goal in time. I think that's all for the speed learners out there, or the speed runners out there. But generally speaking, when I have a hobby, I love doing it. Doesn't matter how fast or slow it is. And oh, I guess we're just hopping it in. So which one of these is the man? El hombre, right? El hombre.
El hombre.
El hombre. Wait.
El hombre.
El hombre. Wow, that's
El hombre.
that sounds a little bit slightly weirder than El hombre. Okay. It's like really squished together. It's really close together. El niño.
El niño.
El niño.
El niño.
Remember that you can always hover over words to see what they mean. We don't really do that very often, but
El niño.
oh, I forgot to change the animation settings and stuff. That's why she's like frozen. So el, right? El niño, the boy.
El hombre.
El hombre, the man. La niña.
La
right?
niña.
La niña. Interesting. La mejor.
La mujer.
La mujer. Oh yeah. I said the better. My bad. La mujer. La mujer. My
La
bad.
niña.
La niña. Okay. That's fine.
Una niña.
Una niña. Okay. Una niña. Una niña. And una
Mujer.
mujer. Right?
La mujer.
La mujer. That's an interesting accent.
Un hombre.
Un hombre.
Yo soy un niño.
Yo soy un niño. Ni niño. Oh no, I'm doing Japanese stuff. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yo soy un niño.
Yo soy un niño. Right. Yo soy un niño. El niño.
Niño. La
niña.
niña.
Okay.
Yo soy
Yo soy
una
mujer.
Soy un niño.
Right. Yo soy un niño. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before we get back. How many units do we have? So we have 4 lessons per set. And we can't tell right now. And it looks like it's just the 3 without personalized practice right now. So everything seems in order. Let me change. Ooh. The heck? Okay, yeah, see, there's some new stuff here. Hold up. What else is available? Oh, you know what's not available? Oh, there isn't a word section. So I have no way of reviewing, so I guess we're gonna skip that for now. Intriguing, and then we have to hit guidebook and stuff. So there's no like on the desktop version, right? I'll check on the mobile bit. I'll be back. I have to go to the bathroom. Okay, so these ones are gonna go. These lessons are gonna go pretty dang fast in the beginning, if that's one lesson. Jeez. Okay, let's look at the guidebook. So, un niño come manzanas. Manzanas?
Un niño come manzanas.
Manzanas.
Un niño come manzanas.
Come. Un niño come manzanas. Una niña bebe. Bebe. Bebe agua. Bebe agua.
Una niña bebe agua.
Bebe agua. La mujer bebe bebe leche.
La mujer bebe leche.
Leche. El hombre come pan.
El hombre come pan.
Pan. Tú comes pan.
¿Tú comes pan?
Tú comes pan. Yeah, the uptone. Interesting with the I dot though.
Sí, yo como pan.
Sí, yo como pan. Alright, genders, right? Oh, we forgot to compare and contrast. Now we have gender, right? Conjugation, not a big deal. I'm very familiar with languages that have conjugation. But for now, like Japanese have conjugation, right? So now Spanish, conjugation is a thing. Chinese does not have conjugation, right? And then we also have gender, right? And that's going to be fun once again. It's a different facet, right? In Spanish, all nouns are either masculine or feminine. Often nouns end in o if they're masculine and a if they're feminine. So
El niño.
el niño and
La niña.
la niña. Notice how you use el for the word is masculine and la if the word is feminine. I think, therefore, in English, verb forms change depending on who's doing it, right? Who's doing the action. For example, we say I am, you are, and she is. In Spanish, you do the same. So, yo soy, right? Tú eres. Él es, right? Ella es, right? Neat.
Yo soy una niña. Tú eres un niño.
Oh, some of it's a little bit, it kind of like warps into the sound sometimes. So, yo soy una niña, right? And tú eres un niño. Okay. Fair enough. I wanted to let's add some sound effects. Get our dopamine back in to our usual stuff. Now, I'm surprised the special features are not here. Let me see if I scroll down. Oh, story is right away. Oh man, I already see 2 stories. And then personalized practice already starts. There's 3 stories. Oh, we gotta switch it up entirely. Oh boy. Oh, and the podcast stuff is in. Oh, yeah. That is some difference right there. Okay, we'll have to play it by ear. And then how many sections are here? 8 sections, 36, 36, 50, 50, 52, 28, 26. I actually think it might be about the same size as Japanese in terms of like raw pointers. Intriguing. Me resulta fácil conversar en español sobre diferentes temas incluso en situaciones imprevistas. Includes different situations, improvised situations. Huh. Puedo discutir temas abstractos como mis sueños metas y proyectos de vida. So you're able to discuss abstractions, so like ideas of many, like of dreams and matters and projects. I don't know what metas might be close to. The closest thing is like matters and projects of life projects, dreams, like maybe dreams in terms of like activities or aspirations. Puedo usar expresiones diferentes de acuerdo al contexto social. You're able to use different expressions about in social context. Yeah, around social context or in regarding social context. Interesting. Puedo hablar un poco de español con mis amigos. I'm able to talk a little Spanish with my friends. Okay, all right, let's continue. Oh, look at that. Hola. It's such a cute baby. Okay, I'm done. Let's get back into this. Oh, I totally forgot that was apple.
La manzana.
Okay.
Tú eres Ana.
Tú eres Ana. Say that again.
Tú eres Ana.
Oh, dude. Oscar's voice is amazing.
Tú eres Ana.
That is so deep. Okay.
Tú eres Juan.
Juan. So we have Ana and Juan, of course.
Tú eres Juan.
Tú eres María.
Oh, Maria. Okay. So we have our classical 3 names, right? Maria, Ana, and Juan. Maybe there's a second male. What? Jose? No. What's another common? Pablo? I'm being... Sorry, don't mind me. I'm trying to think of like What could they possibly use as placeholder names?
Él es un niño.
Él es un niño. Él. Like, él. Él es un niño. Okay. We got pronouns already. Of course.
Él.
Él.
Tú eres José.
Y él es Jose. My first gut feeling was Jose. But I was leaning, oh, maybe it's Pablo or something. But Jose. Yeah, Jose is what I would have guessed first. But they went with Juan. Juan first, which makes sense too.
Tú eres José.
Jose. Okay. Él es un hombre.
Hombre.
Ella es María.
Ella es María. Okay.
Él come manzanas.
Come manzanas. He eats apples. Comer. Like comer is the, what do you even call it? The non-conjugated form? I forgot what you call the base form. The to eat
Juan come
form.
manzanas. Juan come manzanas.
Juan come manzanas.
Manzanas. Juan come manzanas.
Being non-specific. Just apples, but not the apples or any specific type of apples.
Ella es una niña.
Ella es una niña.
Ella es una niña.
Es.
Oops.
Es.
El
Come.
come. Oh, you know what? If they had a las, I would have tried to test it out first.
Manzanas.
Manzanas, dude. Oscar's voice though.
Él
Come
come manzanas.
manzanas. I can't even get that rattle. Dude, that is some deep voice right there. Whatever the sample was. It is her.
Es.
Soy
Soy.
ella.
Ella.
Oh, it's just es ella. Whoops. I doubled on it is. My bad. I doubled on it.
Es. Soy.
I did it again.
Ella.
It is I is her. My bad. Bread. El pan.
El
pan.
El pan. I can't do an impression of this.
El pan.
El pan.
El pan.
El pan. I'm my P's are too harsh, but it's fine. It'll take some time.
La leche.
La leche.
La leche.
Oh, you sound normal. You always sound like this. Why does Falstaff always sound so conveniently similar? El agua.
El agua.
Yeah, el agua. Yep.
Yo bebo agua.
Yo bebo agua. Yeah, beber, right? Beber or drinking.
Yo bebo leche. Yo
bebo
bebo
leche.
leche.
Tú bebes agua. Tú bebes agua.
I'm not even sure if he's asking a question here. Tú bebes agua. Agua?
Tú bebes agua.
Agua.
Yo como manzanas.
Yo como manzanas. You sound really different. What was this guy's name? Dang, I forgot your name. Ken? Nope. Doesn't come to me. Oh no, English.
La mujer bebe agua.
La mujer. Oh my gosh, you sound so different. Holy. Zara's voice is. Whoa. La mujer. La mujer bebe agua.
¿Tú comes manzanas?
¿Tú comes manzanas? Yes.
Manzana.
Manzana. Niño.
Yo. Yo.
Interesting.
El.
Pan.
Pan. There's some highs and some lows currently.
Tú comes.
Tu comes pan. Tu comes pan?
Pan.
They're already making you conjugate, right? Very quickly, actually. Interestingly enough. I drink, you drink, he drinks.
Yo bebo.
Oh, that's how they're doing it. Yo bebo,
Tú
tu
bebes.
bebes.
Él
El bebe.
bebe.
Yeah, so get you to implicitly pair up the conjugations of beber. Beber. Okay.
Yo como.
Yo como. I really wanna test this to see if it works.
Pan.
Because you could be specific. I eat the bread. But now I'm curious if this is marked incorrect. Okay, so they want to be like as. Okay, that's fair enough.
Como. Pan.
Just wanted to test. Worth a test. Alright.
Es ella.
Es ella. Right.
Yo como pan.
Right. Soy. Ne? Oh, soy.
Soy.
I think I found my favorite. I think I found my favorite generated voice. It's definitely Oscar's.
El niño. La niña.
I think his voice is fine. He kind of sounds like Junior from the other ones too. Zara is the the furthest departure. I wonder what Vikram sounds like. What they ascribe to Vikram. El niño, la niña. Right. Tu bebes agua.
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 El niño.
That one's okay.
Yo soy un niño.
Who is this supposed to be? I think it's like the two default voices. It's so much louder. It's almost like crackly.
Yo soy un niño.
Like it's like peaking. The sample is peaking.
Yo soy un niño. Yo soy un niño.
Oh my gosh, it like went loud and then
Yo bebo. Tú bebes. Él bebe.
Ella es una niña. Ella.
Why is it so loud? Ella es
Una niña. Ella es una niña.
Ella es una niña. Right?
Yo como, tú comes, él come.
Oh, but yeah. Yo como. Right? Yo como. Tú comes. Él come.
Ella es una mujer.
Ella es una mujer. Mujer.
Él es un hombre.
Él es
hombre.
¿Un hombre?
Él es un hombre.
Yeah, él es un hombre. Oh yeah, we have XP bonus. We might as well do the legend then, right?
La leche.
La leche.
Tú bebes agua.
Tú bebes agua. This looks like the for bebes.
Bebes.
Just based on like the sound.
Juan come pan.
Juan come pan.
Tú eres Juan.
Tú eres Juan.
Él come manzanas.
Él come manzanas. Él come manzanas.
Yo como manzanas.
This looks like como.
Come.
Oh,
Como.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, there. It has a little more rattle at the end. Interesting. I haven't ever looked at the sound diagram before. Just guessing the sound diagram.
Él.
Oh, and it's already different. Like, this is already different experience.
Es.
Él es un hombre.
Hombre.
Yo soy una mujer.
Mujer.
Okay.
Ella es una mujer.
Ella es una mujer. Él es un hombre.
Hombre.
Yo soy un niño. Ella es una niña. Right. Una niña, una mujer.
Él.
El niño, la niña. Right. Yo bebo agua. Yo bebo agua. Tú bebes leche. Right.
Yo bebo. Tú
bebes.
Él
Bebe.
Yo
Como.
como, tú comes,
Él
come.
Okay. Bum bum. Oh man. Well, that's it, right? We're taking it slow, right? That's it. So maybe we switch this and do the first unit for today. Let's do the first unit for today. Yeah, let's do the first unit for today. Oh, here's the practice stuff. Oh, here we go. Here's the word section. The word section, the mistakes. Okay, yeah, we needed to finish our first lesson first. You know what? Let's do the first unit to celebrate the first start, right? We have time. Let's do it. Well, we'll break a little bit for now. Oh, I can't hear it.
Yo.
Soy.
Hombre.
Hombre.
Mujer.
Mujer. Right.
El
El niño.
niño.
Right.
Yo.
Why does it sound like yo?
Niño.
Niño.
Soy.
Mujer.
El niño. La niña.
Ooh. Wait, I can't type I don't know how to type that. Oh, I see. Okay. I see what they're doing. So, I can do this.
Yo soy una
Ah,
mujer.
yo soy una mujer. Mujer. Interesting.
Yo soy un niño.
El hombre.
So there's forced typing. Interesting. Forced typing. El hombre. That's neat.
Yo soy un hombre.
Even the desktop version has speech too. I guess so. Allow while visiting the site. Hang on. Okay. Yo soy un hombre. Neat. We already have it in the desktop version. Neat.
El.
El niño. La niña.
Un hombre.
Un hombre.
Un.
Un hombre.
Un.
Una mujer. Right. Una niña. That's one way to get the training wheels on. I don't know how to do tildes and stuff yet. La mujer. I don't know if you need to capitalize. Yo soy una mujer. Okay. Neat. Oh, I'm jamming to this right
Juan
now.
come manzanas.
Okay. Juan come manzanas.
Hombre.
Hombre.
El.
El.
Manzana.
Manzana.
Yo.
Yo.
Tú eres Juan.
Tú eres Juan.
Tú eres Ana. Ella es una niña.
What?
Ella es una niña. Él es.
Okay, never mind. It's a little weird.
Tú eres María.
Do I have to do the? Yeah.
Él es un hombre.
Él es
Es.
un hombre.
Soy.
Yo soy un niño. Ella es una niña.
Es.
Right?
Tú eres José.
Tú eres José. Okay.
Él come manzanas.
Él come manzanas. Right.
Él es un
Él es un
niño.
niño. Juan come manzanas. Ella es María. María. Él come manzanas. Pam pam.
Niño.
Niño.
Hombre.
Hombre.
Pan.
Pan.
Niña.
Niña.
Yo como pan.
¿Cómo?
¿Cómo? La mujer bebe agua.
La mujer bebe agua. El pan. Okay.
¿Tú comes pan?
¿Tú comes pan? Oh.
Yo como, tú comes, él come.
Yo como manzanas. Come. Como.
Oh, you tricked me with that early.
Bebo.
Yo bebo agua. Tú bebes leche.
Bebes.
Leche.
Yo bebo leche.
Yo bebo leche. Let's see. Agua?
El hombre bebe agua.
El hombre bebe agua. Okay. Yo bebo leche. Wait, do I need question marks? Oh, whoops. Drink, eat water. I don't want to talk. Do you eat water? My bad. Sorry. I was so caught up in messing with these characters. Oh no. That was funny. We need this. Right. Bum bum.
Yo bebo, tú bebes, él bebe.
Una
Una
niña.
Yo soy un hombre.
Yo soy un hombre.
Tú
Tú comes. Tú comes.
pan.
That works.
Una mujer.
Una mujer.
Juan
Juan come manzanas.
manzanas.
Yo
Yo
bebo, tú
Tú bebes.
bebes, él
Él bebe. Okay. Yeah, sure, let's just legend these things.
El hombre bebe agua.
El hombre bebe agua. Leche.
Yo soy un niño.
Soy. Yo bebo. Tú bebes. Él bebe.
Ella es una niña.
Ella.
La mujer.
La mujer.
Bebes.
Yo como, tú comes, él come.
Okay. We're speeding up a little.
Una.
Tú eres José.
Jose. Well, you sound a little weird.
Él es un hombre.
Oops. Need shortcuts.
Tú comes
You comes manzanas?
manzanas.
Wait. I don't know how to type I don't know how to type the... I don't know how to type it. Oh. Oh, I have a typo. Oh, they take typos too. I don't know how to type the tilde thing. How am I gonna do it without training wheels? Alright, I guess I'll learn how to... this evening I'll learn how to type the tilde.
Tú
That was an embarrassing typo though.
comes
Tu comes...
pan.
Tu comes pan? It's kind of funny that they're doing the implicit uptone as opposed to asking, do you eat bread? Oh, interesting. This is new too. Oh, whoops. I needed, yeah.
Juan come pan.
They said the apple. Yeah, or a apple. Or the apple. My bad. Did you say pun? Okay. Yeah, I need to be careful about that.
Niño.
Niño.
Yo.
Yo. So now we have to be exact. Unlike Chinese and Japanese, right?
Yo.
That's kind of
Soy.
interesting. Oh, that feels so different.
Soy.
Niña.
Niña.
La niña.
I wonder why some of them the little thing disappeared.
Él.
El,
Yo.
yo,
Manzana.
manzana. Whoops.
Manzana.
I
Hombre.
don't want to talk about it.
El hombre.
Manzana.
Manzana.
Soy.
Soy.
Leche.
Leche.
Él.
El.
Tú eres Juan.
Eres. Eres.
Mujer.
Mujer.
Soy.
Soy.
Hombre.
Hombre.
Yo.
Juan come manzanas.
Juan come manzanas. Oh yeah, that's new too. Interesting.
Yo.
Yo.
Mujer.
Mujer.
Soy.
Soy.
Niño.
Niño. Yo.
Él come manzanas.
La mujer.
La mujer.
Él es un hombre.
Yo.
Ella es una niña.
Es. Es.
Yo como pan.
Yo como pan. Sorry. The way Junior said it
¿Tú
was pretty
comes
funny.
manzanas?
Okay. Tú comes manzanas.
¿Tú bebes agua?
Tú bebes agua. 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 Yo bebo tú bebes. Él bebe.
Leche.
La leche. El pan.
Yo
Yo.
bebo
I eat water. Yo bebo agua.
Agua.
Okay. El hombre bebe agua.
Bebes.
Yo como manzanas. Yo como manzanas.
Bebe. Bebes.
La mujer bebe agua.
Wait, it was a typo. Was there a typo? Oh, okay.
Come. Come.
Juan
Pan.
come
Pan come.
pan.
Yo como. Tú comes. Él come.
Whoops. Eh? Yeah, sure, let's legend it.
Leche.
Leche.
Soy.
Soy.
El.
El. Manzana.
Yo bebo agua.
Yo bebo agua. Okay.
Yo
Yo
bebo leche.
Él es un hombre.
Él es un hombre. Okay. El niño. Why? Pay attention to accent. I don't know how to input the accent. Alright, hold up. How to type tilde n. To type a tilde n on a code, hold Control Shift the tilde key, then release and immediately press the N. This will produce the... What the? Why is that so... Wait. I gotta try this. Okay.
Tú bebes agua.
You bebes agua? I was gonna try to do an uptone, but maybe just agua. It's fine. El. Ah! Wait, how do I do... No. It's just... El come manzanas.
Tú comes pan.
Pan? Okay. Mujer. Oh wait, I gotta test this out. So they say shift tilde n. That's not how you do. Wait. Oh, it's Control Shift tilde n. Ah! That's it doesn't work. Wait. Hold down Control, then hit Shift, then hit tilde, then release and press N. What? That's fake news. To insert. Wait. Hold up. The lowercase can be made. No. Alt? No. That's. Okay, I need to do my own. I think we need to just add the Spanish IME and then we'll circumvent that because I don't know why it's missing. Oh, interesting. Getting used to the interesting multifaceted. That's cool. Oh, that's neat. That's different too. What? There's so many different things. Tú eres José. Es ella.
Ella.
¿Comes manzanas? Yo como pan. Okay. El hombre bebe agua. Intriguing. That's also slightly different too. What the heck? This is so much more engaging. What?
Yo bebo agua.
Yo bebo agua. Nani? Ah! Oh, the girl. Whoops, my bad.
bebe agua.
El hombre bebe agua. I need to pay
Yo
attention
como, tú
to
comes, él
articles.
come.
Oh yeah, we forgot articles, right? Articles, gender, right? Article, gender agreement. We have articles and gender that to be considered. We're getting back to articles again, as opposed to dispensing with articles.
Yo como, tú comes, él come. Como, tú comes, él come.
Yo bebo, tú bebes, él bebe.
Yo bebo, tú bebes, él bebe. Ooh. Whoops, that's dope. Ah!
Una niña.
We're having keyboard gymnastics right now. Hombre, soy, mujer, niña, niño,
El pan.
el pan. Soy, niña, niño, mujer, yo.
Ella
Oops.
es una mujer.
Ella es una mujer.
Ella es una mujer.
Pan. Mujer.
Él,
Él. Whoops.
él,
I don't want to talk about
Agua.
agua. Yo.
le,
Leche.
Él es un niño.
Él es un niño.
La manzana.
Okay. We did it! Alright, maybe we'll do... For now, we'll do the first couple until we get to the new stuff. Like, not today, but that's good. You know. That's good for day 1. We might as well do that. Oh, no. I'll fix them afterward. It's fine. Oh. Okay. I think we're gonna dispense with the construction for now. So let's see if it covers everything. So bebes, right? Do they include different? Yes. So they include the different conjugations. Bebes, bebe, and bebo, and comes, como, or como, comes, and come. We have agua, right? Agua, leche, pan. And then we have es, eres, and soy. Or soy, eres, es. Él, and ella. Tú. La, el, una, niño, niña, mujer, and hombre, and manzana. I think, yeah, those are all the words. So far, 100% coverage. So, I think we will not make a... We'll stay away from the constructs for now. For now, we don't have to be that diligent. I think on second thought, this is good enough to review since it's 100% coverage. I didn't think I would expect 100% coverage. Like, these are literally all the words that we used so far. I was expecting maybe they drop el, like el, or el like el la, right? El niño, la niña. But they even have, yeah, they even have el too. Like all of them. Okay. So we don't really have to do anything. In the future, we'll then instead write sentences or combine things. So for now, we can kind of see like I could combine beber, right? Beber and comer. Comer and vivir for eating and drinking, and then the things you drink, right? Agua and leche, and then pan and manzana, right? So they put 2 of each of everything. And then to be, all the to be's, the female and male articles, both versions, non-specific and specific articles, and then man and woman. So that's fine. Oh, that's day 1. We did more than I was expecting. What else is new? Speech in the desktop version. I've been doing speech on the practice. So something that was absent in the Chinese version of the desktop version was all the speaking exercises. But in the mobile version, they have speech in the Chinese one. Let me see. Let me take a quick look at the Spanish one to see if the practice is different here. Nope. Same thing. That's awesome. I like it. That's awesome. We're probably gonna go a little bit quicker as I expected for the beginning of Spanish. Neat. So, as a way to celebrate our start of a new project, right? I told those who cared that we're gonna start the day after my birthday. So yesterday I had a cupcake. It was a rainbow cup. It was a cupcake with like a diagram, like a rainbow that was made of like a sour fruit strip, and then we had clouds and blue skies. And now today, right? Today we had like 4 cupcakes. There's one more. We have a flower cupcake. Blue flower. I don't know what it's supposed to be patterned in, but cheers, right? Cheers. It's a celebration for being 38 years old and 1 day. I guess it's like more like 2 days now. Thank goodness this isn't crumbly. Otherwise, we'd be having a mess right now. What a way to spike your sugar. Your blood sugar. Right? I can go for another hour, but moderation. All right. Not bad, not bad. Another celebration. This is definitely manageable for at least the first month. We can definitely manage this on the first month. I forgot how quick Duolingo is in the beginning. Like when you're starting from 0, again, right? Big disclaimer, we're not starting from 0. I'm also not starting from 0 in Spanish. And I think we're gonna get much, much deeper into Spanish than possibly even Chinese, Mandarin, before we start hitting like a place where I'm like, oh, I'm strictly learning more things, right? Now, there is definitely some rust and more like some pattern usage. Articles are gonna I'm gonna have a habit of forgetting articles, as in out of complacency, because largely Chinese and Japanese do not have articles, right? So there are going to be some interesting, fun, like pattern getting used to again. You know, I already tested like adding the pedantically and whatnot, so we'll see how Duolingo goes about it. And all the activities, half the activities are different. Like, actually, hold up. Yeah. Like, instead of... It's already 3 times the number of different activities. Yeah, 3 times. It's like 6 to 8 different ways of doing things. As opposed to immediately is 2. You get down to 2. And we have to do our speech. So that's kind of fun. Even though I already read everything out loud. So, there you have it. End of day 1. I think we're gonna go until... So tomorrow we'll do the whole lesson. And the day after we'll do the whole lesson. Until here and see what the length, the volume is of these stories. I love these stories. But they're like... It takes 300 days to get to... nearly 300 days to get to the first story. And there's probably no more stories after those 10. So this stuff is wild. And obviously you appreciate what you don't have when you worked so much with it. And then now having it is crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's great time to go back. Duolingo. Yeah. I was gonna say something else. That's it. That's very fun. I learned what an apple is. Manzana. I don't think I've said apple very often. Pan is fine. Agua and leche. Fair enough. Those are the specific. Manzana is interesting. Why do I feel like I was thinking of different fruit? I think I was thinking of a different fruit. Okay. What should I start saying about this? It's funny that my review, my like introduction took longer than the actual lesson. Typical things. Yeah. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. If you're gonna watch this later, gracias, right? Gracias. So until next time, hasta luego. Maybe hasta mañana? Perhaps? Posible, right? It's posible. Yeah. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Enjoy learning another language, right? And welcome back to Duolingo. Alright. Just in time. Duo is not dead anymore as well. Alright. Take care, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys next time. Alright. Bye bye.